my mind, you're the only one who sees me. Yeah, I've wasted so much time, but somehow I know you need me. I'm looking for an easy life, won't you take my hand and lead me? I know you got yourself to find, but I can wait right here, believe me. Oh, another place, another time, another day in the next life. I'm out of sight, I'm out of mind. You're moving on with your life. But don't you think, if you have a doubt, that there are still things to find out? Is that a risk that you're willing to take? Yeah, 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 'cause I'm still here. Myself to blame, I excel at hesitating. 'Cause I know you felt the same, but I always kept you waiting. You're going your own way and I love to see you thriving. But you look at me and say, I've got a gift for awful timing. And I know you're happy out there, I don't want to take that from you. Just don't forget me, I swear, and I'll cope, I'll wait to see you. Another place, another time, another day in the next life. I'm out of sight, I'm out of mind. You're moving on with your life. But don't you think, if you have a doubt, that there are still things to find out? Is that a risk that you're willing to take? Yeah, 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 I'm still here. I know lights out, waiting through the days and nights out. It's a slow cinnamon summer. Your spell is pulling me under, waking in the white sun, lights out, waiting through the days and nights out. It's a slow cinnamon summer. Your spell is pulling me under, rolling in the white sun, lights out, waiting through the days and nights out. It's a slow cinnamon summer. Your spell is pulling me under, rolling in the white hollow, showing me the moves to follow. It's a slow cinnamon summer. Your spell is pulling me under.
Hi everyone, welcome into the stream. How are you doing? I was actually talking for a little bit, but I didn't realize I didn't do the fucking mic setting. For some reason that's not... Oh, I figured it out. Listen, no one's perfect, okay? Sometimes people are stupid and you have to get over that. Hi, welcome in. How are you doing? What's up? Basically, this entire time, my mic doesn't work unless I change one particular setting in the Go XLR. And I was saving it. And I was like, why is it not saving? That's so weird. There must be some sort of bug in the program or whatever. There's actually just like another save button specifically for the mic profile. Is what that was. It was like 2 weeks of annoyance. Just had to click save. Anyway, welcome in. Floordrobe Tow's working extra hard today. Thank you. She's stretching. She's doing a good job. Where is the music? Why is it just me? Thank God. Okay. I'm going to post to TikTok now and then we're ready to go. How's everyone doing? What's up? Another thing. I have no miscellaneous jewelry item. Thank you for the leave. I appreciate that. And that's important. It's not important. But I feel weird. I feel naked without it. Hi. Excuse me. Hairband. If worse come to worse, I'll just chuck one of those around my neck. Whatever, you know. It'll stretch. Don't do that. That sounds dangerous. Yeah, so today we're going to be talking about how to make friends. Which is kind of like the blind leading the blind here a little bit, I'm going to be honest. Whoa, hey, whoa, not that you're the blind. I'm sure you all have many friends. I don't. Step 1 in making sourdough. Filling a jar. Doesn't matter what you fill the jar with. Ah! Got him! Which one's this? Oh, it's the turtle! I lost the turtle. I haven't seen the turtle in months. Yay. Can the term friend be defined? Yes. Well, there are many different kinds of friends. When we say that we want to make friends, usually the type of friend we're talking about are the ones with some sort of emotional intimacy. We're going to use the word intimacy today a lot. Because that's what the psychologists do. The psychologists talk about a bunch of different things. There's intimacy, there's transaction, there's loyalty, I suppose. This bitch is not loyal these days. And stuff like that. But yeah, lots and lots lots of different kinds of friendships. When we say that we want to make friends, usually what we are talking about is we want ones that are somewhat emotionally intimate. Now, that doesn't have to be a best friend in the world, but usually it's more than just an acquaintance and usually more than just a casual friendship. And I'm going to go through all of these different kinds of friendships and define them as per my Googling has allowed me. Now, the thing is, I'm just moving this. Now, the thing is, one time, my mum, I was like 10 or something, I don't know. And one time it was the day before Christmas and my mum comes downstairs and takes 2 bottles of wine and goes straight up with them to her bedroom. And I just watched this and I was like, yeah, cool, standard mum behavior. And then she comes down again and takes another 2 bottles of wine. And then later on that evening, she looks at us and she says, you guys saw me take up alcohol, didn't you? That I was wrapping it. It's a present. Why did no one notice? And she does the thing. I didn't realize that this is where I got this from. She does the thing where she's outraged about something that didn't happen, but hypothetically could have happened, such as, why did no one notice that I took alcohol up to my bedroom? Why did no one notice? Why do you not care about me? I could have been drinking. You're not worried about me at all? No one even noticed. No, it was actually a present. She doesn't drink. What is up with the focus on this camera? Just do it. I haven't fixed it. I know how to fix it. But it's just a little bit of effort. You know, I have to tap the screen, but the screen currently is behind a monitor. It's just a tiny bit of effort, and I just don't want to do it. You're not drinking it? What are you, a square? Oh, I'm getting a phone call. Excuse me. Sorry guys, that was really important. It was really, really important. My Vodafone contract has expired. So, I just didn't want to be rude. My Vodafone contract is expiring soon. Everyone panic! What am I gonna do? And this poor woman, she calls me, frantically she calls me and saying, Perry, listen, I don't want you to be paying more money than you have to be paying. I'm trying to help. I've been up, she said she was up all night thinking about it. And I'm just like, babe, darling, Elizabeth, let's all take a breath. Let's all take a deep breath and call me back. When are you free? 9 o'clock tonight. Spoiler, I'm not even free at 9 o'clock tonight. So... Calm down, Lizzie. Babe, Lizzie, relax. Sorry, guys. I've done this thing now where I answer phone calls. I never used to answer phone calls, but I'm trying to make friends. Hence the stream. I'm trying to make more friends. Specifically, friends that have similar interests. And so Lizzie and I share the interest that I don't want to pay a lot of money. She also doesn't want me to pay a lot of money. Unless it's money on Lizzie. So we have that in common. And so I take her phone calls because that's one of the ways. We're going to talk about lots of different kinds of theories. Oh, Pulu. One of the ways, there's lots of different ways that you can make friends. And one of the ways is just by being there. If you are just there, if you're just in their face and they just see you around a lot, then you're more likely to be friends with that person. They're more likely to like you. Yeah. That was a fake setup segue. I wish. You think I like mocked having a 4-minute phone call with a Vodafone lady to make that very tenuous point? Is that, oh my God, is that like how, what's the word? That's the level you've come to expect from this stream. That quality of segue. I'm shocked and I'm offended and I'm appalled and I'm doing what my mum does. How dare you? That's the impression we have of you, yes. Yeah, just super tenuous links. Yeah. New free Doge. Hold on. Is he gonna fall out? See, this is what I was saying last time. Like, actually, for real, is he gonna fall out? Why are you leaning so far? He's like fully out the window. Dude, why is he leaning? Bitch! Now he's sad, he's run off. I was only trying to close the window a bit. Oh, did I hurt? He's fine. I went and pet him a bunch. I think maybe, I wonder if I hurt him on the way down. He's okay. He's just sat there. I gave him some cuddles. Oops. Whoops. Oh, he's back. Hello. You forgive me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. But anyway, it's safe now for you. You can go up there again. You won't fall out, hopefully. You don't trust it anymore. Okay. Poor dog. Plot twist, Bella forgives Perry. You forgive me for disrupting your sleep and accidentally throwing you off the bed. Yeah. Okay. Do dogs count as friends? Of course. Of course they do. They are best friends. What do you mean? I hope dogs count as friends. Of course they do. Absolutely 100%. Oh, look, he wants to look out the window. He's here. He wants to look out the window, but he doesn't want to go on the bed. Honey. Give him a bit. You ruined the bed for him. I traumatized him. His dreams. Give him a second. He'll be okay. He thinks he's not allowed anymore. Oh, actually, you're right. That's probably what it is. That's actually, yeah, oh, you're probably right. That's what it is, yeah. Because I'm pretty sure I didn't hurt him. So, new trauma unlocked. I think he thinks that he was in trouble for being there. Put him up.
Got a private little oasis, and I'm gonna stay here every day. Cause I don't feel like going places. I've been circling the drain, getting caught up, can't explain. Oh, maybe I'm hopeless, but I ain't lost hope yet.
Really? Really that bad, huh? Right. Go this upstairs here. I hope it's working. Okay. Still one. Okay, sprinted off down the stairs. Alright. I hope that wasn't too loud for anyone who might be doing any sort of real jobs today. That is the real star of this stream, for sure. And this is how you make friends. Yeah, that's pretty much a good representation of what I'm like when I'm talking to other people. You want to go to this place? No? You want to jump in a river? No, that's a bad idea. You're right, that's a bad idea. Shots? No? Okay. You want to play Stardew Valley with me and get that mod that basically makes it a whole new game? You want to go out for dinner? Yeah, okay, we go out for dinner, yeah. I like going out for dinner. Just like Polo likes, you know, the ball being thrown down the stairs. I just let an extrovert adopt me. See, I did that. No, I didn't do that. This is what happened. I was the extrovert. For some reason, except for the fact that I was lying. I was lying. I was the extrovert when I started making all my friendships. The only ones that have, like, lasted. I made a bunch of friends when I was 16 and I just stopped there, pretty much. Apart from streamer people now, but as of recently. But for most of my adult life, I made some friends when I was 16 and I stopped. And those three were the ones, and that was it, you know. And during that formative friend-making moment, I was the extrovert, but I was lying. I was lying. It was all an act, which is a bad thing, because now all of my friends are introverts. And it's like, fuck, what are we gonna do then? You wanna go get some boba? Yes. Delicious. But that is what we do every day. Every day. We don't. We can't afford it. Also, sugar's bad for you. But every single goddamn day. You wanna get some dumplings and watch some anime? Of course I do. That sounds amazing. But, you know, sometimes we should speak to other people, Cleedum. I mean, no one in particular. No one in particular. Anyway. Let's just not talk. Are you saying you're an introvert? I am. I'm an introvert who's desperate for attention and love. Which is very complicated, because what that means is, we're actually going to talk about attachment style, and then if I was to put myself anywhere, I know which category I'd put myself in. Not that you can easily apply it to adulthood, because it's about kids, really, attachment theory. But anyway, we'll come back to all of this. But the thing about me, right, I need to go out. I need to be doing things. I need to be speaking to people. Otherwise, I will feel like my life is going nowhere, and I'm spiraling out of control, and I'm wasting my youth, and I might as well just shrivel up and die right now. But I don't enjoy doing any of those things while I'm doing it. And I don't want to. Does that make sense? I don't want to go to the party. When I'm at the party, I want to leave the party at 10, like before 10 o'clock. I check my phone, 8:30, you're joking. That sort of vibe, right? I hate every single second of it. I get home, I'm like, thank fuck that's over. And that happens every single time. But if I don't have parties, if I don't go to the parties, if there are no parties, if no one invites me to any parties ever, then it's like, what am I doing? Literally, what am I doing? What is life? Get out! Hi, Kim. How are you doing? Go to the party with wallflower once you're there. See, I don't even wallflower. I sit down against the wall and I ignore everyone. I'm not even paying attention. You know, to be a good wallflower, you have to observe. Unless, actually, the way that I've found to enjoy parties. So parties are enjoyable, right? And this is true for everything. This is true for Souls-like games, you know? Oh, you mean Get Out as in I feel you. Oh, I thought you were screaming at me. Yeah, no, okay, so you're like me too. I'm so happy there's more of us. I think, yeah, okay. Did the wall consent to this stream? But to be a good wallflower, you have to be paying attention, but I'm not paying attention. But I found a way to enjoy a party. And here's my theory about stuff, everything. Everything is enjoyable because there are people who enjoy it. Right? And we're all the same. We're all the fucking same. There are reasons why we might like things immediately and hate things immediately, and there are reasons why we might be good at stuff immediately, and for some of us it takes longer to learn something, etc, 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 and that's genetics, experience, environment, blah. But at the end of the day, we're all literally exactly the same, and you can, just the same way you can learn to do anything with enough time and effort, you can also learn to enjoy stuff with enough time and effort, right? Therefore, there is a way to enjoy anything so long as it is enjoyable by people, such as Souls-like games. I hated Souls-like games. I know, big shocker. I was like, how can anyone fucking enjoy this? I played Elden Ring. I didn't understand how anyone enjoyed Elden Ring. I didn't get it. I thought everyone was just self-harming. Honestly, genuinely. And then I played a bunch, and now it's my favorite game ever. And I play it for fun. I do it for 5 hours, 5 times a week on stream when we do the mind control stuff, which we're coming back to, but I broke my EEG, oops. And then I go in the evening and I still play them. Do you know what I mean? Any update on the EEG? One is getting delivered to my house next week. I'm so excited, yay. Next week, it's coming, it's on the way, I've got a tracking code. When are you leaving for the US? A little after next week. But we'll be doing EEG stuff while I'm in San Diego. Anyway, so, there is a way to enjoy anything. You just have to find what works for you, or find the right frame of mind for what works for you. So for Elden Ring, for Souls-like games, the way that I found to enjoy it was thinking of it as a rhythm game. And I realized the reason I didn't like it is because it's a bit scary, which is weird. I love horror films. I've watched all of the horror films, every single one. And whenever there's a new one, I go to the cinema to watch horror films. I don't know, but when it's a scary game, I don't like it. So I found Elden Ring a bit scary. So what I do is I just put my music over the soundtrack and then think of it as a rhythm, think of it as the skill and stuff, the thing I do already like, and now I love Elden Ring. Similarly, parties. What do you actually like that happens at a party? Something I really like about parties, or in general that also happens at the party. Alcohol, okay, no. Well, yes, but that's not healthy. Come on, guys. What I like, drugs. Yes. No. No. Okay, first of all, yeah, music and dancing. Absolutely. I love going to clubs because I like dancing. That's fun. But you can't do that. Most parties you don't do that. Most parties there's no dance floor. If you're dancing by yourself, you're weird. So, not usually. Now, something I really like is getting to know people and making them open up to me and tell me their deepest, darkest fears and desires and stuff. I find that enjoyable. Not for any purpose. Some people find that suspicious and strange because they think I'm going to use it against them. I don't even... No, I'm just interested. It's just fascinating. So that's what I like doing. I like finding out about people. So therefore, drink enough alcohol. I mean, you don't need to do that. Quell the anxiety in whatever way befits you, darling, and talk to people. And then I pick someone who I already like, and I spend an hour and a half, 2 hours with them in a corridor somewhere, and I ask them about their childhood. And it's the best thing in the world. It's so unbelievably fun. And then we get closer, and then I tell them about my stuff too, and I open up to them, and then you have like this intimate friendship that you didn't have before. Perhaps try some cocaine powder. Again, we don't condone crime. Stay safe out there, everyone. Basically, you're grilling them. No! They love it. Let me analyze your psyche for 2 hours. It's really fun. It's really fun. And it's not, listen, that sounds bad. It's not bad. I pick someone I already like and actually genuinely do genuinely want to find out about. And I just take the time and the effort to get to know them. You know, it's something we probably should already be doing if we're so-called friends with these people. You know? And I share too. It's not just interrogation. It's when you just jump from deep topic to deep topic organically, right? Without a hint of steering, of course. Yeah, that feeling when you get really in the zone and then it just feels supernatural. Something that I really like as well is when you've got this like corridor thing and then someone else comes over and you absorb them and it's nice and it's fun and then they leave and then you realize, okay, we're locked back in again. It's like, it's a really cool, very intimate bubble of I'm getting to know you now. It's not just interrogation, no, and that's what I like. So I do that at parties now, and it's really fun because it satisfies both things. It means I can drink, I mean make friends, and it also means that I don't have to talk to anyone apart from the one person that I've chosen to talk to. Does that make sense? I can go and sit against the wall, basically by myself in the dark, and still be a participating member of the party. I tried to do that at this other party one time, but everyone was over 6 foot, and I didn't really know anyone very well. And the reason why that matters is because they can't hear me. When they're over 6 foot, they can't hear me, so it's hard to be like, hey, do you wanna... What's your deepest, darkest fear if you're, like, screaming? So... By the way, I'm joking about that. You don't open with that. That's weird. You just need a table and a glass orb. See, I would love to do that. I was gonna do that for this ball. Some of my friends go to this really fancy uni. They have summer balls. Or they did. We're all not in uni anymore, but anyway. And something that they have at these balls is they have someone dressed up as like the psychic thing, right? And they would have an orb. They would have like a fortune teller lady. And they were going to pay me to do it because I can read tarot. I don't know why. I don't know why I can read tarot. I can read tarot. I don't... Very off-brand for me, I understand that, but still. And so they were going to pay me to do that. But then they found some other bitch, and she goes here. I didn't even realize you didn't go to this school, Perry. You didn't tell me. I just assumed. Isn't that some bullshit? You don't even go here! How did you get in? Who gave you the key? Yeah, divination babe. Yeah, the divination babe. See, that's what I would have called myself. And that's way funnier than fortune teller person, which is what the girl they did chose went for. She did a fantastic job. Anyway. Why does your bottle look like that? Because I'm an environmentalist is the reason why. Did I do theatre? No, I hated theatre. I hated it with a burning passion. I sung though. I was a singer. But like in choirs and stuff, so I don't know if that counts. I'm not a performer. I was the sort of singer that would be forced to do some sort of concert. And then I would go up like this. And then I would forget the name of the song. You have to announce it. For classical concerts, you have to like announce what you're doing. If you're old enough or if the concert's big enough, people will announce it for you, thank fuck. But you know, if not, then you go up and you say, this is my name and I'm gonna be singing this by this person and here's a little bit about the piece or here's the story or whatever. And so I would forget what it's called for some reason. I'd only be singing one song for 6 months, but I would go up and I have no idea what it was called, no idea who it's by. What's it about? Never learned what it was about. Never, not ever. And then I would do it looking down at the floor the entire time, and then I would leave. Tonight, Matthew, I will be singing song. I will. My name is Perry Redacted. I'm singing Vesti Le Guiba. Le what? This is Rick Astley with Not Going to Lower You. Let's go. It's about feelings and emotions and stuff. So there it is. Jim Rossen didn't look at the crowd for the first 4 years of his career. That's cute. Perry Redacted sounds kind of hip. Wouldn't a cool band name be Redacted? No, it wouldn't. Homophily. Homophily would be a good band name. Spelled like this. And I'm going to put it in chat. But the reason I say that is because this is one of the theories we're going to be talking about today. Homophily. You know, make it like super glam pop, flower power type vibes. You know, or death metal. What's that word mean? I don't remember. It's a name of a theory that we're going to be talking about today, but I don't actually know what homophily means. I assume it just means liking the same thing, because homo means same, hetero means different, right? Word etymology, not sexualities, but in that case too. Homo means same, so if you're homogenous, then you're all the same. And then philly means you like it. Philia. You know? So homophilia means you're sexually attracted to people who are like you in whatever way that is. Homophone, same sounding, exactly. Homophilia isn't a thing because the same as you could mean anything. And if it's your twin, then that's incest. That already has a name. I ate too much chili, then my liver was in pain. I'm sorry, and that rhymes. I have homophilia. I fucking love The Simpsons. What are we listening to? I need to work on a playlist. I really do. These are cool songs, but there has to be a right vibe, and I've never quite cultivated the vibe. I had a good emo boy screaming at me vibe for a good amount of time, and then I was betrayed. I was betrayed on stream, is what happened. You guys said all of a sudden, Harry, we've never liked this music. And then I cried. And then I got over it. Clearly, I'm over it. Just like Bardcore. We have listened to all of the Bardcore. There is no more Bardcore. We have listened to every single Bardcore. It's done. It's over. We've listened to every single Bardcore song many times. There's no more. It's done. One more time. No. Can we listen to the Bardcore again? No. Time for lo-fi. Kill me. No. For some reason, I don't believe Perry has cried in her life. I'm very pleased that I give off that impression. I cried when there's nothing wrong with crying. We should be crying. Crying is great. Crying is lovely. Crying is a good mood regulator. Sometimes it's the only thing or the best thing that can actually calm you down if you're feeling a certain way. Crying is phenomenal. Crying is a healthy expression of your emotions. It soothes you. It releases stress. It's a distraction. It's a physical thing. It's a really good thing to be doing. We should be crying. Crying doesn't feel good. It does, or at least once you're done. I cried when I burnt my cookies. Oh, valid. How long had you been making them? I last cried when watching Green Mile for the millionth time. That is a sad film. Karaoke day night. Right. Did I cry on karaoke day? When was karaoke day? What, the most recent one? Why? Why was I crying? Oh, you've been making them for like an hour. Oh, I'm sorry. Toad, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that. Thank you. Puffy eyes aren't so fun, but good cry is great. I don't know. After Skins, they kind of made the whole puffy eye thing sexy. You know, like Effie with the eyeliner. Crying is in. What can I say? I cry when I see evil stuff happen to animals. Then stop doing it, Mania. I meant to say, oh, that's nice, and I'm sorry. Hi, Quantum, what's up? Effie was a vibe, right? I cry every time I watch Aliens. Aliens. I don't think I know Alien, just the one. I don't know Aliens in general. Like you bullying Polo. Polo is fine. I didn't actually. I moved him and he got mad. He is fine. Heard of Skins, what kind of show is that? I actually don't know. I actually haven't seen it. Is that a turtle necklace? Yes, thank you. People say brown rock. It's not a brown rock, it's a turtle. I lost it for 2 months and I found it right now and I'm very excited about it. Polo will remember this betrayal forever, yeah. Apparently, allegedly. I was here before you, bitch. To be fair, he actually was. No! I'm trying to think about that bed specifically. Who got in that bed first? Was it me or the dog? Oh, it was the dog. He was there first. Damn it. Because I wasn't here when we bought the mattress. But he was. Skins can be described as mid-2000s British schoolchild angst drama comedy. That's a lot of words. But yes, I see that, yeah. Angsty is what it is. Melodrama. Shameless but more complex. Shameless was pretty complex. Well, I don't know. I only watched like specific storylines out of context. So, yikes. Never seen it. It's good. Anyway, friendships. Friendships. There are many different kinds of friendships. Homophily is one of the theories that we're going to talk about today as to how one can make friends, what people want in friendships, things like that. Why would people like you? You know? That's what we're going to talk about. Now, I say blind leading the blind, but that's rude because I'm assuming that you are also blind. If I'm teaching, let's say in this particular scenario, I guess I would take role of teacher. I am teaching people how to make friends, hence the title of the stream. The brackets ew should give it away that I'm not qualified, okay? Second thing, these are the psychological, neuroscientific, blah, blah, blah theories as to what would work. This is another case of do as I say, not as I do, I suppose. We'll see. You go and you test them out and we'll see what happens. Sorry. How about just saying I like you to someone? Open and honest communication. I don't know, that sounds wrong. I don't. You mean like being honest and vulnerable with other people? That doesn't sound right. Asking how honest do we need to be? That's a very good question. Wait, you mean I've got to fucking talk to someone? Last time I was honest and vulnerable, she stopped answering my texts. Well, how honest were you? Hey, how honest though? That's a very good question. How honest were you? Because if you're honest and vulnerable, sometimes I daydream about stabbing you in the throat. That's probably a thing you should keep to yourself, I imagine. Can a girl and boy be friends? Of course, obviously. You don't make friends, you find them. What, like in your basement? Well, I suppose, yeah. You don't build humans. I disagree. I think the friendship itself is this intangible thing that you've got. It's like a relationship between different people, right? So it's not necessarily something physical. And you make that. So yeah, you're right. You don't make the friend because they already exist as a human being. But you do make the friendship between you. That's something you have to build. Because you can't just go and stand next to a stranger and, oh my god, friend. No, because you've never really spoken to them before. You see what I mean? I didn't decide to make friends with anyone. You carry on, sir. You carry on. I make my friends in a vat, personally. Yeah, it's a good way to keep the mess off. I have a friend in my basement. Do they know? It also can't be anyone. That's true. So they say this about relationships too. Most people, for a lot of these theories, most people talk about it in terms of romantic relationships because that tends to be what people want to know about because we're all horny and desperate and alone. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah. So in relationships, you do also need to find someone who is a good person to build that friendship with, right? You can't just like, it can't be anyone. You're never going to be best buds with the serial killer next door unless you have that in common. Do you know what I mean? I'm not even sure that's true. I feel like go through enough shit and you probably could. Maybe not a serial killer, because that's like a big, you know, moral block. But maybe, what if he's just good at football, and you want to play football? You know what I mean? See? You're agreeing with my find them, not make them quote. I mean, I'm also disagreeing. But sure. Yeah, you take the win, buddy. You take the win. It has to be the right people first. Yes. But then again, usually the right people, the people you want to be friends with, are ones that you meet via convenience. So you'll be placed in the same class or the same group or the same club, or you play football, or you're a streamer, or they're a streamer, or they're in your office, or fuck, where do people meet people as adults? Friends of a friend. Where do you meet? The gym, yeah? Okay. If you do an improv class, hospitals, all right. Prison, okay. Wow. Mutual adversity creates friends. That's why you should manufacture crises. Like forest fires. Most of my friends are females, and we became besties by simply telling them I was gay. Are you gay, Cameron? Cameron? Cameron, are you actually... Because otherwise I'm just like, oh, cool. My reaction is either, hey, cool, valid, or it's, Cameron! What the fuck? And I'm not sure which one I'm supposed to do. I think I'd rather not know, actually. The girls were like, I can fix him. A stealth hetero. Don't name it. Don't name this. What are you doing? This is problematic. This is bad. I feel like it's my fault. It is. It is. This name has been around for a while. Oh, stealth heteros. Hey, wasn't there like an SNL sketch? Maybe not SNL. I don't really know what SNL is. Of Jeremy Corbyn. No, not Jeremy Corbyn. The guy who played Barney in How I Met Your Mother. He has 3 names. No, not Jeremy Clarkson. Neil Patrick Harris. Thank you. Yes, there was a skit of Neil Patrick Harris and how actually secretly he's been lying this whole time, and he's actually straight, and it's so that he could help his co-stars in the dressing room, his female co-stars in the dressing room. It's funny. Neil Patrick Harris to Jeremy Corbyn. How? Don't know. Usually I do know the link. I can figure it out, but I don't know where that one came from. No. What's a good friend and what's a bad friend? That's a good question. I'm going to add that to the list of things to talk about. Sorry, I'm adding things to list. How did you mix up Neil Patrick Harris and Jeremy Corbyn? I don't know. I'm not sure. It's a mystery for the ages. The gym, how does that work? Hello, I've been watching you from across the room. You seem cool. Wow, you can throw rates pretty far. I barely ducked out of the way. Paul, thank you for the bits. Oh, you didn't get your TTS because I didn't open it. Here we go. A woman will say connected soon. Connected. There she is.
Pericarial says, Paul says the gym? How does that work? Hello, I've been watching you from across the room. You seem cool. Wow, you can really throw weights pretty far. I barely ducked out of the way.
Hey, that's funny. She read it better than I did. Okay, I'm gonna fix the focus on the camera. Excuse me. One second. I'm gonna just go ahead and do this so that, you know, so that I'm not like touching you or something. Okay, that should probably fix it. Hopefully. Late! Shut up, drums! Yeah, that's in focus. Better, right? Yeah, that's me reading 25 minutes of Harry Potter and then uploading it to a platform that does that. Robert Perry's a better public speaker, but she's so frigid. That's the wrong word. She is. Rigid. She is a better public speaker. Damn, that was really the wrong word. Yeah. Wow. Good friend and bad friend are subjective and vary from person to person and friendship and to friendship. Yes, exactly. How do you define a good and bad friend? Depends on your expectations of that friendship, obviously, right? So if they deviate from the expectation, they either suck or they're amazing. But we all have different expectations. And that's why attachment is such an interesting thing that we're going to talk about today, because a lot of our expectations of what relationships should be like or should feel like come from our relationships with our parents. That's right, we're getting Freudian. You love it. When they are your... Can we not? No, we will. We are. We're going to do that. When they're your best friend, but you're not theirs. Aww. Yeah. I know for a fact that my best friend, apart from Cleedom, is not. I'm not hers. I know that for a fact, and she can say otherwise. It's okay. I'm fine with it. Listen, all I'm gonna do is just be there. Proximity. Let's start with this theory, shall we? Proximity theory. I'm just gonna be there. I'm just gonna be there 24/7. Everywhere she looks. Oh, there's Perry. Oh, I'm in her walls. I'm outside her house. I'm in her room. I'm just always there. Can't get away until she doesn't have time for other friends, and it's just me. And then I'm best friend by default. Phase 2. Murder. I think that's stalking, not if she gave me her address. Still stalking, by the way, even if you do know where they live. Like, still it doesn't matter. I'll be her shadow, I'll be her muse. That's not a friend, that's a stalker. What is a stalker but a friend who really cares? Anyway, let's talk about the different kinds of friendships. We're going to start here on the least scientific thing that I've ever done in my life. Okay. And then we'll move on to the theories as to what makes good friends. And then we're going to come all the way back around and watch a video about a mum and daughter who dress the same still. That's the stream today. Am I talking about Harris? No, I don't think that I'm best friends with Kamala Harris. She's like a good friend at max, I would say. Does vanilla help you make friends? Like if you smell like vanilla? Maybe. Probably smelling nice is quite nice. Yeah. People probably like that. Yeah. Excuse me. Alright. Right. Here are the different kinds of friends. So you have number 1. And basically, these are all just levels of intimacy, right? So when we say intimacy, I'm going to be talking about intimacy today. And when we say intimacy, and actually that reminds me, we should add parasocial to the list. When I say intimacy, I mean just like how close you guys are. And closeness is something to do with how vulnerable you can be, how you lean on them for support. Do they lean on you for support? What else is intimacy? Trust. Sharing is caring. Would they let you have a chip? That sort of thing. Right? Would they let you have more than one chip? Would you go in on a big box of chips together? These are the questions. That's communism and disgusting. Anyway, so at the bottom we have acquaintances. I'm going slowly so I can spell this legibly. Acquaintance. What a bloody mouthful. Acquaintances, number 1. Basically, you have absolutely no emotional connection to this person whatsoever. You might care if they die. But like, whatever. Do you know what I mean? You don't want them to actively die. But it's like, whatever, you know? And the reason that they're on there, the reason you have them is for a sense of belonging and a sense of identity. So your acquaintance might be someone who's in your book club, but you haven't spoken to them before. They're there, and they help reinforce that you are also in this book club. Your Uber driver. Yeah, so if you have a regular Uber driver, but they are just your Uber driver, and you don't really speak to them, then sure, that's an acquaintance, and it fulfills the purpose of reminding you that you are alive and in a taxi. So there it is. Please don't die, Uber driver, while driving. Exactly. It's a bit awkward that in English you can never tell someone they're just your acquaintance. Are there words for it in other languages that are less rude? Because, yeah, saying you're my acquaintance is incredibly rude. But you would assume that the person knows, wouldn't you? You would say that they already know that they're an acquaintance. They wouldn't assume that they're anything else. And if they do, then, well, that's what, you probably just don't say it. Hi, Tim, what's up? How are you doing? Have a nice dream. So Tim, for example, Tim is an acquaintance of mine, but he already knows that. You have to get offended, otherwise I feel rude. There you go. Okay. Poor Tim. Yeah. Backstab. Which is actually like a very similar thing to what I just did. Whoa, it doesn't mean backstab. What does it mean? A person I know. There you go. There you go, Tim. Suck my friendship. Ask me politely. In Dutch, we call them kennissen. That's cute. That sounds like a... I don't know which part I like least about that. Is it the please or is it the ellipses? There is maybe it's just all of it. Just as a package, I'm gonna be over here in the dark, in the slight darker area. Please don't make fun of our language, please. I'm sorry. It's a very normal language that sounds totally normal to me. I'm British, I'm ignorant. I can't, what can I say? I'm acquaintances with none of y'all. I'm sorry, oh no. So yeah, that's level 1, like what me and Tim have. No emotional connection. We might care if we die, if the other person dies, but like you'd think about it for about a hot second and then probably move on. And they're there to reaffirm your identity, basically. Tim exists to let me know that I am alive. I just want to say that I am joking. I value you as a human being, just so you know you are valued. And text me, okay. Anyway, then I'm so emotionally invested. Rick. Then number 2 is a casual friendship. Now this is like an acquaintance, except it's a little bit more than if you just not care they die, right? You have spoken to them before. You know who they are. You know their name. You don't have a super strong, deep emotional commitment. Like it would be a bit weird if they called you up and they were like, you're the only person I can trust with this information. You'd be thinking, really? Really? I'm the only one? Are you... Damn, you okay? But it's casual. You like them. There's some sort of personal connection there. Mostly it's out of convenience though. So you're both in the same football club. So this is Sally in the book club. But this time you've spoken to her and you know her, and sometimes you sit next to her and you talk about your opinions of the book. She's a casual friend. She's not an acquaintance because, you've had tea and she's said your hair looked nice that day. But that's pretty much where it ends. Poor Sally, poor Sally. Okay, next. Number 3 is a close friendship. Close friendship. Can we just appreciate that O, please? Look how perfect that circle is. Our colleagues in this category. Some colleagues will be casual relationships. There are lots of different subsections or subgroups of all of these things, such as frenemies and one-sided relationships, transactional relationships, mentor-mentee relationships, etc., etc., etc. But yeah, generally, yeah, you can place them where you will. Hi, Skira, what's up? How are you doing? Yeah, you're still not making funeral. It would be weird if you would be asked to speak at Sally's funeral. But you would definitely go. Ah, okay, that's the difference. An acquaintance, you're not going to go to their funeral because you don't know them, really. It would be weird if you did go. But for a casual friendship, you would definitely go to the funeral. You definitely wouldn't be asked to speak. That would be weird if you spoke at the funeral, because who the fuck is this bitch? Now, a close friendship, you might speak. You might not, but you might speak at the funeral. This is very morbid. Very, very morbid. But with Sally, let's say you've met her at book club, she's acquaintance, you never talked to her before. Then you started talking to each other and you have all these things in common. Now you're a casual relationship, but still mainly it's for convenience. You met through the book club, right? Then Sally's like, hey, I really like you. Do you want to hang out just us? You want to come over to my house and just hang out, the two of us? Let's talk about something that isn't even books. Let's go rock climbing. Let's watch movies. Let's be gal pals. And then now suddenly with Sally, you have a close relationship, or I guess not suddenly, slowly over time, you've developed a close relationship. And this way you have some sort of trust, some sort of intimacy. You've told Sally about your abusive husband, for example. And Sally's like, damn, that sucks. And yeah, she has empathy for you, and there's reciprocity there. So you buy Sally a cake, she goes, oh my god, thank you, and then she buys you a cake. You see? You see? And then, I would say finally, but there's so many other kinds as well. But if we're just going from an intimacy scale, these are the 4 that you need to remember. Well, you don't need to remember. There's not going to be a fucking quiz. But anyway, then you've got best friends. This is the same thing as a close friend, except you lean on each other. There's loyalty, there's support. It's your ride and die bitch, basically. If Sally comes up to me and says, Perry, I've just killed a man, I would attend his funeral, not hers, his funeral, in an act so as to take the heat off of Sally. Now, it doesn't need to be that extreme. Obviously, all of these things are a spectrum, so you don't need to ride or die. Your best friend doesn't need to be a ride or die, but it's pretty much unconditional. No relationship should ever be unconditional. No relationship ever. Maybe a parent and a child. That direction, though, I don't know. But no relationship should ever be unconditional. If she stabs you in the throat, you're not friends anymore. And that's okay, all right? But anyway, it's close to unconditional. It's loyalty. You dislike the people that they dislike because they said they dislike them. Now, usually when people say, oh, I want friends, or I don't have any friends, what they mean is they don't have any best friends. Those are actually quite rare. You might have a lot when you're a kid, because it means less to you, or there's just more people you interact with, or you might just say you're best friends, but actually that's not actually how you would class that relationship. But they're very rare. You might have 1 or 2 over the course of your life. Maybe, well, I don't know, how long is a life? Maybe 5 maximum at different points in time, potentially. I only know 2 people, and only because I happen to know both of them. So I only know 1 best friendship that is platonic. Yes. I know people who are best friends and are platonic, but they actually came from the number 5. Number 5, so not in the same way. Number 5 is childhood best friends or childhood friends, which they can take any of these sort of positions as well. But it's just it's another adjective to describe it. So a childhood best friend is someone, or a friend, is someone that you did all these things when you were a kid. So you laid all these foundations, you broke through in these ways when you were a kid, and it became so formative and so ingrained that now they're your ride and die bitch forever, even if you haven't spoken to them in 10 years. So I have quite a few friends like that. So there are people that I do not message. I have not messaged her in like 6 months. I haven't seen her in 2 years. But I know that if I texted her, hey, this awful thing has happened to me, I'm coming over tonight, she would say, absolutely, I'll get wine. Which is lovely. Isn't that lovely? I mean, I wouldn't do that. And I also wouldn't do that because what if I'm wrong? And she goes, no, who are you? I deleted this number. Who dis? I have like 2 like that, maybe. Which is quite nice. Not to brag or anything. Not to brag. But yeah, I think having a best friend that wasn't from your childhood is very, 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 very rare. Real question, would you do the same? Yes. Of course. I have 1 friend. We don't really hang out that much. We've only actually started hanging out one-on-one very recently, and it's usually waiting for other people to join us. But I have 1 friend who's a childhood friend. It's weird. We're not close in a one-on-one sense, but I would do anything for him. And vice versa. Like if he called me and said, you need to pick me up from across the country, I would be there. And that's weird. We've hung out enough that I know him and he knows me, even though we've not directly spoken to each other. Does that make sense? Aw, isn't it cute? Stop flexing on your friends. I'm sorry. Hi, Annie, what's up? Are you actually friends if you don't talk for months or years? Why are you doing this to me, Annie? Why would you say that to me? Why would you? I don't know, Annie. I don't know. You have to ask how they feel. For me, yes. But I'm the reason why we haven't spoken, because I don't reply to my messages. But why would you say that, Annie? How would you pick him up? In the legs? I am a Sigma male with an elevated God complex. I need no friends. Friends are not real. Everyone's just an acquaintance. They/you all exist exist in my world. Yes, my world. Okay, Valiant. You spelled exist wrong. Welcome in. Aw, do you remember the Sigma male stream? It was last stream, so I do. It was good. It was yesterday. I always have a friend I did not talk to in years, and he called me and asked me who his best man at his wedding in a year and a half. Aw! See, there you go. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. And these are friendships that you've kind of formulated over a long period of time, or during crucial periods of time, hence childhood, that they just sort of endure. Yay. It might not be as satisfying, though, as some other things. So a lot of people, they feel like they don't have any friends. And that's because they might not have category 4, even if they did have category 5, even if they did have categories 2 and 3. Because there's one specific idea of friendship that we think of when we think of friendship, and it's what we kind of yearn for. I blame TV shows like Friends and How I Met Your Mother. That's who I blame. Because you're literally watching a show called Friends about a group of friends who are all best friends with each other. And me, as a teenager, not allowed to go outside, no friends at all. Everyone hates me because I'm weird. Thank God I'm normal now. Rude. Rude. Hurtful. Painful. I was obsessed with it. It's the fantasy. Hope you have some good tips. I don't know, Autumn. I wouldn't believe a single thing that comes out of my mouth, frankly. Yeah, totally normal. Thank you, Nelson. No copium. No copium. Nodders? I accept a nodders. I don't accept a copium. Wait, we yearn for friendship? I thought we yearn for the minds. No, that's children. The children yearn for the minds. Friends did a lot of harm to both my expectation of healthy friendships and the renting market in my late 20s. Yeah, man. Yeah. What fucking rent control was that? Because, okay, fine. She's rent controlled. Chandler and Joey? Oh, but their apartment's smaller. Not that much smaller. It's still in the same fucking building. What do you mean? I don't care how small that flat is. If it's adjacent from that one, it costs the same price. You can't fool me. It's New York. For me, Scrubs set very unrealistic expectations regarding friendships. I don't really remember. I remember that JD and whatever his name was were like best friends, ride or die. Did they meet at the start of the show? I don't remember. I need to watch Scrubs. Hi, Coffee. Very demure, very normal. Thank you. See how normal I am. It's very mindful. Turk, that's his name. Is his name actually Turk Turkleton? Is it really? I need to rewatch it. That's amazing. If it's New York, the smaller one's probably even more, right? Because they advertise it as cozy and compact. And Polo got over his fear of the bed now. Just like Iron Maiden always said. Congrats, Polo. All I wanted to do was move him back so that I could close the window a little bit so that he doesn't fall out onto the street. Into a smushy red and black smoothie. Absolutely threw a tantrum. You can't force healing. Yeah, it took him so long to get the courage to get back on the bed. But he's done it now. Everyone clap for Polo. Good job. Yeah, so there's way more as well. I'm not gonna call that 5. I'm gonna call it star because they can be variants of a bunch of different things. Anyway, there's also a mentor-mentee situation. So this one is a little bit strange to call it a friendship. It is a friendly relationship, and I guess that's what all these are. They're friendly relationships. They're not romantic, are they? If they are romantic, then you've been groomed. You've been groomed. Everyone say, you've been groomed. But hey, they're not romantic. And so this is a friendly relationship, but you might not necessarily consider yourself any kind of friends with your mentor. But yeah, that's very self-explanatory. They're in a position of power. They teach you. Therefore, you are polite. You might have some vested interest, but ultimately, you are in a friendly relationship for the duration of that purpose. You have a goal. That's getting you good grades or getting them good grades, depending on which way around this goes. And then once that's over, you might retain a nice idea of each other. You might keep in contact, but then that contact will be used again for professional things. No one's calling up their teacher to be like, Saturday night drinks, woo! They're not doing that. They might call up their teacher 5 years later to be like, hey, can I have a reference? And that's it. I hope. Again, I hope. Thank you. I live 3 doors down from my old history teacher. Do I tell you? I've told you this before. They called him Spicy Bricey. I shouldn't say that. He doesn't know who I am. He does. He knows my name and my job. Anyway. They called him Spicy Bricey for a reason. Bricey? That wasn't his name. Spicy Clicey. Spicy... Shit, I've forgotten his name. Spicy... Tasty? I spoke to him the other day. I do not remember his name. Whoopsie daisies. Spicy Clicey, that's your new name, am I right? He can't have been that spicy. No, he was very spicy, Drums. He's secretly in chat right now. Everyone had a crush on this teacher. Hence the nickname. Everyone had a crush on this teacher. He was, I say was. He still is. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. And blonde. So, GG. I live across the road from my old RE teacher. Everyone called him Sweaty Machete. Sweaty Machete! Was his name Machete or like that? Wait, that's ridiculous. What do you mean? He was a prime piece of ass. Yes, he was. Stop! I'm not allowed to say that respectfully. I am now. I'm an adult. I really hope he's not watching. Or his wife. Anyway. I actually don't know if he does have a wife. He has a baby and he's married. But I don't know anything about the partner. You have a Danny Trejo as your teacher. I did have Danny Trejo. Wait, who's Danny Trejo? It was Mr. Machete. What, Danny Trejo? Or his name was just Machete. That's a bad name. Or is it a very good name? It's an intimidating name, is what it is. My sister says guy friendships usually have less drama than girl friendships. Is this true? No. No. The drama might be different. Not always. Not everyone. Everyone's different. No one's homogenous. The drama might be different. It might present differently based on social norms of your particular group and or country and or culture, etc., etc., etc. But there will be drama always. There will always be drama amongst people, especially people who are insecure or just love it. Or around people who suck as human beings. And then it's not drama, okay? Then they suck, and you got to get away from them. So there it is. Yeah, all my friends are sluts. Guy friends are easy. They're all whores. No, see, I have quite a mixed group. And they're not like, as in I'm part of social circles that are very mixed, pretty much 50-50. And some of the boys are drama machines. Some of the girls are drama machines. Some of the boys are super chill and just friendly and just nice all the time. And some of the girls are super chill and super friendly and just nice all the time. It's fairly even. That is just my social circle, so that's not evidence, but there's also no evidence to suggest that girls are drama. There's no evidence for that either. I've seen boys get into fights because one of them pushed in line. I was standing here. Long queue. Huge long queue outside a bar. They're at the end of the queue already. I was here, mate. And then they start, like, squaring up to each other. If that's not drama, I don't know what is. You tell me that's not drama. That's drama. Excuse me, I'm just trying to sip my pina colada on the street. Can you calm down? I'm trying not to fall over on these cobbles. Like, can you just... Thank you. Thank you so much. I've seen boys have arguments because someone didn't... Oh yeah, so I lived with 3 guys in my last year. And they would argue all the time about wiping down the countertop. One of my friends was very convinced that one of my other friends wasn't wiping down the countertop with spray. He called it antibacterial spray, right? Antibac-y, pass the antibac-y, it sounds way cooler than it is. Anywho, he was convinced that he was just wiping it down with water and not antibacterial spray. And, well, was he? I still don't know, because there's no proof of that. The kitchen always smelled nice. And there's no evidence that he wasn't wiping it down with antibacterial spray, but he was convinced he wasn't using spray, just water. And he says, what's the point of doing it with water? It's not cleaning anything. And so this escalated for months of escalation. This was until there was a confrontation. And then the other guy was like, I can't believe you don't trust me. Oh my God. Boys aren't drama. Shut up. It might just be different. For some people. Why would he not use antibacterial spray? It got to the point where he was like passive aggressively leaving it out. He was passively aggressively leaving it out, and not just on the kitchen countertop, in the hallway, outside his door. Meanwhile, I didn't wipe down the counters at all. But no one noticed me. I'm too small. Run away. Oh no. Oh dear. Basically it became a running gag. It was a running gag for us. For me and the other flatmate who weren't involved. It was very real for them. And the problem is always. Did he cry though? I don't think so. Not that occasion. Do rich people have friends? Yes. Guys, everyone has friends. Everyone is capable of friendship. Being rich doesn't make you a bad person. Being rich doesn't mean you're incapable of love. Being rich doesn't mean all of your relationships are going to be transactional or scandalous. How could he tell though? Well, exactly. Oh, exactly. Mentor manatee? Mentee! Moist George down the bog doesn't have friends that you know of. He's friends with the frogs. I thought rich equals psychopath. See, that's a common misconception. Not quite. No, not quite. It's hard to teach manatees how to make friends. Well, they have a lot of instincts. Do people with ASPD have friends? Depends on the extent. ASPD is oceanic, that's not right, antisocial personality disorder, which basically means sociopathy, psychopathy. Basically, it's a spectrum of diminished empathy. They have less empathy. Some people have none at all, don't give a fuck, don't want to change. So serial killers. Some of them have, they struggle with it, but they can do it. They can have logical empathy. Some of it, they don't have empathy for anyone, except the people they really love, and then they do. So it's a spectrum. It's very confusing, very complicated, etc., etc., etc. A lot of people with ASPD have friendships that aren't transactional. And that actually brings me on to transactional friendships. Now, you may argue all relationships, all friendships are transactional. All of them. And we'll get onto that. There is a good, I don't know if it's good, but there's a really well-known psychodynamic, whatever, theory about transactions in relationships and what it all means and what makes you stay in a relationship and things like that. You know, there has to be a balance of pros and cons when you're with someone or whatever it is. But when we're using this for a definition, what we mean by transactional is the reason you are friends with them is because they have something you want and you have something they want. So I might make friends with a carpenter if my staircase broke. So they fix my staircase. And then maybe I, you know, paint their shed. I don't know actually. That kind of lost it there. How do I min-max my friends? You want one of each, like, types of Pokemon. You want one sociopath, someone who's funny, someone who's not funny, very serious and gets shit done. You know, you want all of these. I used to really believe, I had a role theory. Now, I don't know where this theory came from. It's not science. It's not psychological. But when I was a teenager, I had a role theory. I believe that in a social group, right? In a social group. Let me teach you my role theory. It's not right. It's not wrong. It's not right. It is totally, completely wrong. I made it up. And it's stupid. And I don't believe it anymore. This is teenage angsty Perry. I used to believe that in a social group of people, okay, everyone had a role. There was someone who had the attention. They were like why did I make that pink? Oh, unconscious bias, man. It gets you all the time. All the time. Unconscious bias. Did you see that? What am I like? There's someone who has all of the attention. Right? All of the attention. And that's fine. They're an important role. It's people who will direct stories to them. Oh, one time Sarah did this. Did you hear about the time Sarah went there? Oh, how embarrassing. They're the butt of the joke. They are the butt of the joke. They are the let's live vicariously through you scandalous mess. Right? And then you have the serious one who gets stuff done, the type A. We're going to book tickets for this day and you're all going to be there, obviously. Then we have the socially domineering one. You're going to book the tickets and get us all there. I'm going to decide what we do, though. I'm the ideas man. And then you've got, what What you got? You got the Joker. The one who just cracks jokes for no reason. I probably got this from TV shows, to be fair. The one who just cracks jokes and is never serious or whatever. They're often also the partier, but if they're not the partier, you have the partier. Let's go out tonight! Let's jump in a river! Ooh. You know. And there's probably some more, but those are the only ones I can think of. Oh, what about the asshole? Yeah, you do usually you do have a suspicious one. There is usually a suspicious one. I don't know what his purpose is. They might just be like the moral foundation of the group. This is the lowest minimum that we can stoop to. This is our agreed upon bottom. Maybe. This is not real. This is not real. This is not science. This is based on TV shows, and my little teenage angsty mind really believed in this and therefore would get all in my head about it. I only really believed in it when I thought that my role was fulfilled. So in certain groups, I would assign a role to me. I overthought this a lot. I would assign a role to me, and then I would get super, super freaked out if I realized someone else in the group did this role better or just did this role at all, because obviously I had to do everything worse than anyone else. But here we go. So yeah, what did I say? This is main character. This is the MC. This is the main character. This is the type A person, the person who did get stuff done. This is the leader. This is the Joker. And the red is the partier. You might also have a sensible one. So the type A is usually the sensible one as well. Can I be the dead way? It looks like they're in a cult. Yeah, I really, really, really subscribe to this for no reason whatsoever. No reason whatsoever. And I used to think of myself as the Joker, obviously. Obviously. And then someone was funnier than me. And so I stopped being friends with all of them. I was 15. I literally disappeared from this group because I realized someone was funnier than me. And I was like, well, I have no role. My role is fulfilled. I'm now just dead weight. I need to leave. How embarrassing. The MC would die if they didn't have people around them. Yeah, the MC wants attention. But they also need the MC, right? This is the butt of all the jokes. Did you see what Callum got up to last night? You know? That's the butt of all the jokes. Oh, one time my friend... Basically, most of the stories that I tell about my friends it's the MC of my particular group. Most of the time. All of the, like, shocking things that I have to tell you guys, one person... And it's her. Without the MC, they're just silent. Literally nothing to talk about whatsoever. Yeah. Usually the leader is the person who pulls everyone together. Sometimes they're a sociopath. Why don't you just assume the other role? Because there were already 6 people in the group. This is not science. This is bullshit. But I think this is often what they do in TV shows. So I think people often have this idea of groups of friends because of what you see in TV shows. You basically need a balance of people for fun, for your sanity. Having a balance of people is quite nice. And also, people are different, right? So with someone, you're not going to be able to be the same way that you are with someone else. You're not going to be able to express the same sort of things. You're not going to be able to do the same sort of things because they're not going to want to. So that's why having more than one friend is important. And that's where people can sometimes split into roles. Looks like a hairy potato. Oh, it does. Yeah. What does Dr. Phil think about this? Anyway, this is not real. This is bad science. But that's what I used to think. But there are transactional relationships. That's where we got to. So transactional relationships are basically you are friends because you can do something for each other. So Mark and Rachel. I've been watching a lot of Friends recently. I don't know if you can tell. Mark and Rachel. Rachel gets a new job. Right? But she meets the guy who got her the interview at a diner. And so she's just talking about how much she hates her job. She needs a new one. She works in fashion. And this guy overhears, Mark, he overhears and he says, I can get you an interview. And Rachel was like, yeah, amazing, please. Now, this is up for debate, okay? Don't at me. This is up for debate, all right? Whether or not, you know, Mark's intentions were this, but you could say that was a transactional relationship, or the intention there was transactional. Rachel was only being friends with him, only getting coffee for him for the job. Mark may have only been offering help because she's a hot lady. Regardless of whether or not his intention was to, like, have sex with her or whatever, she's still a hot lady, and so he still wanted to, and that's probably what it is. I think all friendships should be mutually beneficial, but does that make them transactional? See, exactly. So in terms of my definition for this, it wouldn't make them transactional, because I think it has to be the intention. You go in for a thing that exchanges. But there is an argument that all friendships or all relationships of any kind are transactional. Now, we're going to get onto that because there's a whole social theory around that. Very complicated, very confusing. What does transactional even mean in any other definition than this? Or is it this definition? Do you enter a friendship because you want something out of it that you can... Hey, maybe all relationships are just transactional, full stop. Pretty sure the only reason people want friends is to feel less alone. That's a motivation. That's a thing that you get. Depends how we're defining it. It's very complicated. Like, is joy a transaction? Yeah. Someone to do stuff with. Is that a transaction? Shit got complex. Yes, it does. It really does. Yeah. But don't use this as an excuse to be jaded and bitter. Okay? Friendship is fun. You can like and care about people. It doesn't mean that everyone's just using you for your jokes. You're not that funny. This is me speaking to myself. You're not so funny that people are hanging out with you only because you're funny. Harry. Another teenage insecurity of mine. You're so welcome. I'm giving you all today. Don't worry, I need to hear it too. There you go. They're just using me for my cool, sick skateboard moves. For my BMX tricks. Although, to be fair, I did have a friend who was genuinely friends with me because she wanted to use my skateboard. And she was a longboard, thank you. She wanted to use my longboard. I didn't find out. Well, I found out at the end of the day. I didn't know that at the beginning of the day when she tried to make friends with me. We were 10. What a bitch! And then I let her on my skateboard and she crashed it. But I'm over it. Are you good? No. No. Aren't British teachers pervs? Every single British teacher is a pervert. Yeah. How do you crash a skateboard? Well, she was on the skateboard and then she felt herself crashing and she jumped off it and let the board crash into the wall. Which, you know, valid. I'd rather the board crashes than she gets hurt, but could have just not done that. Sounds like an innuendo. She liked my longboard. Babe liked my longboard. She pushed on up on it. Sometimes I wish I didn't have a longboard. And the grass is greener. Just because so people would like you for you and not for the longboard. Yeah, I get that. I get that so much. She want to ride on my longboard. Exactly, Nick. Exactly. Can I borrow your skateboard? No. Don't have one anymore. There's a penny board downstairs. But it's not mine, but I will be stealing it at some point. But it's not mine. I've left friend groups behind because I felt I no longer had anything to contribute. Is that wise? Is that even up to me? Sometimes I ponder. Yeah, that's not wise. That's insecurity. It is what it is what it is. Now, there might have been other reasons that you felt like that. So maybe they were treating you that way. Or maybe there was something you just didn't really have anything in common with them anymore. Maybe you didn't want to contribute. And those are all valid reasons to look for new friends. You don't have to completely abandon everyone or leave. Like, it doesn't have to be a black and white decision of I'm never hanging out with you guys anymore, ever again. You know, it doesn't have to be like that. It could also just be insecurity. If you feel like people don't care about what you're saying, that could just be self-esteem talking. You know? And feeling like not... When you say you don't have anything to contribute, what would one contribute? What are you thinking of contributing? What are the options? Is it a role thing, like my stupid idea here, which is not real science? You know, are you contributing good stories, places to go, good ideas, jokes and humor? Because sometimes just being around someone who is nice is nice. I have no idea why people might want to be friends with me. I have no idea whatsoever. I'm not going to try and pretend. I'm going to talk about it the other way around because that's the only way I can conceptualize. I'm friends with people if they are just nice and if they bounce off me. And that's very hard to put into words. If I say something and they say something back and I'm like, hey, that's clever. You know, or that's witty, or we had good flow there, then that's it. That's all I need. And so long as they just keep being nice to me. Friend. That's all I expect them to contribute. And then that's fine. You know, that's the only value I need someone to have. What value could I provide to a group of others to validate my existence? Yeah, see, this is the thing. If you want to use other people to improve your identity, that's very normal, and that's what we do. Being in a social group and feeling like that is one of the main things that gives us a sense of identity. It's group formation. It's all of that stuff, right? But a lot of your identity should come from you, and you should pick the people you hang out with. Sir? He was growling at something. He's done now. What can you bring to the transaction table? Is it a good sign if you don't care if your friends stay or not? It suggests you don't really care if they... Yeah, no. It suggests you don't really like them. It doesn't really matter though. Like I said, there's lots of different kinds of friendships. If you have casual friendships or acquaintances or even some close friendships and you don't really mind if you stop being friends with them, that's not necessarily... The MC is barking again. Genuinely. My best friend Polo! How many friends that actually can be our inner circle for healthy relationships? See, people have theories about that. Like, you can only really have 7 really good friends because that's what you can process or something. I don't think that's true. I mean, there's time management. So how long can you actually spend with someone? But I don't think there's probably an upper limit of something, but I don't think it's that easy. And I think everyone is different. Everyone has different times. Everyone considers friendships in different ways. People are, you know, you're gonna have more time to hang out with your unemployed friend than someone else. Also, there's other ways to communicate. And also, not all friendships are reliant on communication. Childhood friendships, for instance, you can not speak to each other for 2 years and still be besties. Dunbar's number says we can only have about 150 maintained friendships. Dunbar's number, that rings a bell. Dunbar's number is the idea that humans can maintain stable relationships with a maximum of 150 people. This theory was proposed by British anthropologist and evolutionary psychologist Robin Dunbar. Here we go. I wonder where he got that though. Okay, so that feels right. Or feels realistic. Let me do a little bit of research quickly. About, like, what it actually means. And where did he get that from? Dunbar's number. Why we can only do the 150 connections at once. Is that really true in today's world of social media? See, that's another good point. Now that there's so many other avenues to talk to people. Dunbar, more like Dunbar. Am I right? Well, we don't know that yet. We don't know that. So, according to the British anthropologist, the magic number is 150. He became convinced that there's a ratio between brain sizes and group sizes. Okay, so Dunbar is losing some credibility for me. A little bit. But he's an old dude. He lived in the way back when. So, that is not true. If he was obsessed with this theory that brain size links to group size, that's 100% definitely not true. So that he's lost a little bit of credibility. So if he was convinced of one thing, we don't know if the other thing he was convinced of now is right either. The ratio was mapped out using neuroimaging and observation of time spent on grooming, an important social behavior of primates. Oh, like literally grooming. Okay. And this applies to apes. Apes are not humans. Dunbar concluded that the size relative to the body of the neocortex, the part of the brain associated with the cognition and language, like there, is linked to the size of the cohesive social group. So it's a ratio of your brain to number of people. Okay, but how did he decide the number of people? I guess he just asked. He just asked how many friends do you have? I suppose. Christmas card lists. Sizes of organizations. 11th century English villages, communes, offices, Christmas card lists. I don't know. According to the theory, the tightest circle has just 5 people. Loved ones. I don't know. I feel like you could manage more than that. Well, 5 best friends. 5 family people. Wait, if you're talking about 5 best friends and 5 family people, then that seems like a lot. But that's maximum that you can cognitively handle, according to Dunbar. And then 15 good friends, 50 normal friends, 150 contacts, and 500 acquaintances, and then 1,500 people you can recognize. I think are we overshooting? And then he has like extrovert theory. So extroverts tend to have larger networks. Yeah, that sounds like a personality type statement. It's actually not. So the whole extrovert introvert thing is a complicated thing to think about. And a lot of stuff has come out, or a lot of researchers believe that extroversion is actually just being okay socializing, and introversion might not be a thing in and of itself. It might just be a lack of extroversion. So if you have anxiety, for example, you're going to be more introverted because it's going to take a lot of effort to talk to people. And so you're going to want to do it less, and you're going to want to run away just to recharge a little bit before you come back to it. If you suck at socialization, if you haven't practiced socialization, if you're concerned what other people think of you, if you literally just didn't do it when you're a kid and don't have skills to maintain conversations very well, then it's just going to use up more energy and be more draining for you. So an idea is that introversion and extroversion isn't this personality type. It's, well, I guess it still is, but it isn't this, different types of people. It's a skill that some people don't have. Coming from an introvert. So. But anyway, that's a very basic statement, which isn't a criticism, but it sounds like it's not a basic statement. Extroverts tend to have a larger network. It is a very basic statement because all it's saying is people who talk to a lot of people. That's what it's saying. People who talk to a lot of people tend to talk to a lot of people sometimes. Woo! And then introverts tend to not talk to a lot of people, but their pool tends to be thicker, which I believe. It's like watching the same movie over and over again. So I have weird things with control and comfort. I tend to watch the same films many, many times. If I was to pick a film for me to watch, just me by myself, I would not pick a film I haven't already seen. That's weird, isn't it? I wouldn't do that. If I was going to the cinema, obviously, because I haven't seen any of the ones in the cinema, if I was picking a film to watch with people, I would be equally okay watching one that I've seen already than I haven't. But I would 100% only watch a film that I've already seen if I was, I prefer it. And then there are some films I've seen like 17, 18, 20 times. I'm halfway through watching The Wire for the 4th time. There it is, yeah. Why don't you get bored? Well, it's comfort. It's association. I associate this part of this movie with this particular feeling that I had when I watched it the 1st, 3rd, 2nd, 4th, 5th time. And so I'm just like, oh, yay, it's fun. Birds of a feather flock together. Exactly. And so I can imagine people who aren't very good at socializing. Let's say it like that. That might not be what introversion is, but if it is, people who aren't very good at socializing or aren't very well practiced or have other things going on, they might actually have better, closer contacts because they don't want to talk to new people. They want to talk to the people they already know. They want to talk to the safe ones. And so they talk to the safe ones more. Whereas an extrovert might be like, today is new people day. more likely that the introvert just talks less in general. So maybe not. I can't imagine that introverts have a thicker pool of... Based on everything I've seen, and that's just what I've seen, so it's not science, and I don't know. Well, to be fair, this isn't science either. I don't imagine that introverts would necessarily have better relationships. I think they just have closer relationships and less in general. Can confirm, all my friends are pretty thick. Introverts have them thick contacts. Yeah, socialization takes a lot of effort for me and my energy just drains. I think that's what it's about. I think that's the new theories about it. But who knows? There are some benefits to that. Because it's about how you manage your time. So if you're extroverted and you don't struggle with social interactions, or you crave it, or you need it, or there's something else going on and you've shot off the other way, so you're desperate, you can't sit still, then you might be out and about a lot, and you might be there might be lots of external stimuli, lots of different people telling you different things all the time, because that's the positions you've placed yourself in. Whereas if you're introverted, you spend a lot more time by yourself. So they often say introverts tend to be more thoughtful and have a rich internal world, and extroverts tend to be less of those things. But I think that's to do with how you spend your time. If you're an extrovert, you go outside because going outside is fun. If you're an introvert, you don't want to go outside because that's not fun for you. Because and then if you spend more time indoors not going outside and just thinking things through, then guess what? You'll be better at thinking things. You know? But not a bad thing. There are lots of benefits. I meet friends like once in 1 to 2 months. Yeah, that's adulthood. Sag. They have a poor internal world in general. What if you're an introverted extrovert? What, like an extrovert with self-esteem issues? Like you really want to go out and talk to new people, but then you do it and you're like, ugh. That's probably me, I think. I don't know. Yeah, yikes. If a friend is willing to bail you out of jail, a butler will convince you to not do the thing that got you arrested. A butler. If a friend is willing to bail you out of jail, what are you saying to me? Therapy, darling, in general. Yes, for everyone. 100%. If you want to go outside too much, like if you're too much of an extrovert, it's a spectrum and you can go off the other way. I had a friend who actually like genuinely couldn't sit still. If he was in his room by himself, you know, if he was in a room by himself for too long and not talking to two people, he would lose his mind. He would go off the fucking walls. He would be so restless. He would do stupid things like throw glass bottles against walls and stuff, you know. He had very poor coping mechanisms for restlessness. And the problem is he decided to live with 3 introverts and who we were in our rooms the entire times. Happily, by ourselves, in our rooms. And he was the one who kept running around knocking on our doors being like, movie! Watch a movie with me! We're going out, party, party, party. And we were like, ugh. No, thank you. No, I'm gonna be in bed today. Thank you. And so we didn't help, actually. That's on him. That's on him. We didn't help. One time I noticed that he was in a particular way because no one was talking to him today. Everyone was busy. It's exam season. Everyone was busy. And all of us were at home, but we 3 were in our rooms, doors locked, all day. And I noticed that he was feeling a particular way because I heard him stomping up and down the stairs, like talking to himself. And so then I said, okay, let's watch Rogue One again for the 9th time. Come on. Let's watch a movie. All people crave some juicy socializing and friendship. Some people are just self-conscious about it, and now this situation has a name, being introvert. And that's what I'm convinced of currently. Yeah, I think I can see that. I don't know. I think it's all just theories. Personalities are interesting and weird, and it's all very wishy-washy, and there's not a lot of scientific studies you can do at all. You can't even... It's very hard to even study this thing, let alone even if you did, have you, and what have you found? But yeah, it makes sense to me that it's just levels of... I think we all crave socialization because it's a human need. Some people don't at all. That's a personality disorder. If you genuinely don't crave any social interaction whatsoever, that is a symptom of a personality disorder. Go to the doctor. Go to the doctor. If you don't crave socialization because you're crippled by anxiety about it, go to the doctor. Two different things, but go to the doctor. But I think, yeah, for most of us, it's just how much energy does this consume? And that's how much you enjoy it. And also, who are you talking to? You know? Because one time I was at a party, and I was in the mood. I was ready to go. I already had 2 glasses of wine. My self-esteem was through the roof that day for whatever reason. Let's go. I was having a good day, and I was ready. I was in an extroverted socializing mood, but I got there, and I was making pancakes. I remember making pancakes because I was fixed to a point. I couldn't leave, basically. I was on pancake. It was pancake day. I was on pancake duty. I was making pancakes in the kitchen. And so I couldn't leave. And I was surrounded by this group of boys who, some of whom I didn't know, some of whom I did. And they were just saying the worst shit ever. I don't know if they didn't see me there or if they just assumed me not leaving was a sign that I didn't mind. But they were saying the most gross stuff in the world. And I don't mean sexy stuff. I'm not exactly Miss PG. But I mean, like, oh, if she doesn't consent. Like the weirdest sort of WhatsApp group chat things you've ever heard in your life. And I was like, who are these people? Who are these people? How did they get in this house? And I couldn't leave because otherwise the pancakes would burn. So I had to finish the pancakes I was making. Oh my God. All gross, all bad. Not good, not good. And I was like, damn, if this is what you say at a party, what do you say when you're alone? What do you do when you're alone? Anyway, so I skedaddled out of that one. And that was the same party that I lost my introverted friend. My most introverted friend. He Irish leaves. I lost him. He disappeared randomly. I blinked and he was gone. And I thought he was in the bathroom. I wanted to leave because of that. I was ready to go. So I tried to find him. And he had completely blinked. So I ran around the party asking where he'd gone. And people say, I don't know. I think we went to the bathroom. So I sat on the staircase outside of the bathroom. It was really sad, actually. I sat on the staircase outside the bathroom. I was a little bit way away. I wasn't like pressed up against the door. But I was, you know, sat there waiting for him to come out. And then it took so long. And then eventually someone came out, but it wasn't him. And then I did like an extra like sweep just in case, you know, he wasn't in there with them. He full on left. He just full on left the party. And so I called him, and it turns out he had also had a bad time overhearing what a bunch of these people were saying and decided to go and sit in his car. He didn't tell anyone he was leaving. He quietly snuck out and sat in his car. And I was like, why didn't you just go home, babe? And he said, well, I didn't want to leave you. But he didn't tell me. He just went and sat outside until I was ready to go. How cute is that? That's the cutest shit ever. And so I said, I'm ready to leave now. What a king, I know. Very sad. He was out there for like 2 hours, apparently. Just listening to the radio. He's even more introverted than me. He does that sort of thing. It's a little power nap. Differences between modern humans. But it certainly applies to other animals. I'm sure animals also get freaked out when their, you know, friends talk about graping other people. Yeah. Clocking out. Maybe it wasn't 2 hours. It felt like 2 hours. To him, at least. But it was so nice. Also very weird of him. He should be less awkward. Anyway. Maybe not ducks. Ducks are fucking bastards. Yeah, true. How did that end the friendship? End the friendship? It didn't end the friendship. We're still friends. I haven't spoken to him in 2 years, though. Well, no, I text him all the time. The last thing that I messaged was, do you want to go see a play? And he said yes. And then I couldn't find the name of the play that oh God, I haven't told him this. I couldn't find the name of the play that I wanted to go see with him. I think they don't show it anymore. But I didn't tell him that, and it's been 2 months now. Anywho. He's probably still in the car. Yeah, he's literally parked outside the theater, still, to this day. He's still waiting. Oh, I need to find another one. I need to find a different one. Otherwise, I can't, but I don't know what I want to see now, and I don't know what he would want to see. So I can't reply until I find another play. You see the predicament? Anyway. You like plays? I like doing things that aren't sitting in bed watching anime, because I do that 24/7. If there's anything to do that isn't that, I'm saying yes. You want to go to the play? Yes. You want to go to this conference? Yes. What's it on? Weird software pipelines? Yes, I'm there. You want to learn about a specific Python table? Yes, I do. Love it. Rob a bank? Yes. Jump off a motorway bridge? Yes. I'm there. Count me in. Something to do. You know, like software pipelines? Gonna be honest, Joel, not really sure what a software pipeline is. I hear a lot of people talking about them though. They must be very popular. You want to sit on your couch watching Pokemon XY? I mean, yes. Yes, I do. But there has to be more to life. There has to be. There has to be something. Fuck software pipelines! Oh, I'm sorry, Katie. I guess not. No. Is it a true genius person? Is getting hard to make friendship with other people? Like people who are hard to make friends with? Like unlikely friendships, but doing it. That sounds like an extreme sport. So like people who are just really antisocial. Pushing through. I did that once. I did do that once. He did not talk to me. He did nothing. He did not talk to me. He also locked himself in his room every single moment of every single day. Same sort of thing. He did not talk to me. I would ask him a question. He would reply with a smile and a single word. And we'd known each other 4 years. Like, we had closely known each other for 4 years and just nothing. Like, blood from a fucking stone. And one day, usually I would assume, okay, he doesn't like me. Which is probably what I should have assumed, to be honest. But one day I was feeling particularly ambitious. I ran out of things to do. It was the end of the academic year. And I was like, okay, I like this person. I'm going to befriend this bitch. And I made like a plan. I went full in. I made a plan. We bonded. We did activities. I only asked him deep, meaningful questions for 2 months. We did activities. We went outside. We bonded. We bonded to fuck. And now we're actually quite good friends. It worked. Still haven't seen him in 2 months very well. It was tricky. It was hard. He gave me nothing. But apparently that wasn't actually an indication that he didn't like me. He just does that. Bonded to what? The Rock. No. Chat, please. Chat. We bonded to fuck is the explicative. What's it called? Like an exclamation mark. Something like I got. No, that doesn't. That's a bad one too. I was gonna say I got drunk to, but that's what like yeah. You said it. You misinterpreted me. British people, help me out. Yeah, it means like to the extreme. Yeah, so if I say this is a fuck off water bottle, I mean it's big. We have words. I'm British. We speak weird. We're kooky little ducks. What can I say? Is it a covalent or ionic bond? Covalent. Only the best. Only the best for my sweetheart. Wait, which one's which? I forgot. This is educational. There it is. Exactly. This is Jim. This is educational. Right. Back to my MS Paint. Anyway, this is a guy called Dunbar. Dunbar came up with a number. He said people can really, in general, only really have 150 meaningful relationships at once. So beyond acquaintances. Dunbar based this on fuck all. I'm going to go ahead and say maybe that's not true. Hold on. Let me read through some of the evidence about it. So he took correlations, basically, of brain size. We're going to go ahead and disregard that because that's a eugenic nightmare. That's nonsense. But basically, historical human communities. So military organizations, groups, towns, friendship groups, etc., or like real communities, and then just counted, basically. And he said, on average, this is how many. And then he decided that because of the brain, that's how many we could actually feasibly ever have. I don't think this is science. I'm gonna go ahead and say my boy based it on nothing. I think my boy did some county numbers. I think my 6-year-old nephew could do the same thing, and it would be just as much. Correlation doesn't equal causation, baby. Yes, and particularly most of this is based on brain size. There is absolutely no evidence to suggest that the size of your brain impacts anything. That might not be completely true. You might be more vulnerable to like problems or less problems. I don't know. There might be some things, but brain size is not correlated to intelligence, and it's not correlated to social capability. That's even weirder. I'm pretty confident that that's not the case. So that's weird. Big brain equals big head means big hats. That's true. That's a correlation that you can stand by. His ass did not do a study. He did not. No. Damn. So Megamind just looked like that. Yeah. It's doubtful that the brain size is correlated to anything. Yeah. I kind of just assume more brain, more points of failure, more things that could go wrong, more likely to have issues. But it could go the other way around. Like more brain, more things to compensate when things go wrong, more neuroplasticity. Hi, Sushi. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I put the U in there just to make myself not accountable because I don't want to be like the blind leading the blind. You know what I'm saying? What about brain folds, though? But he didn't measure brain folds. Don't call them folds. Touch my foldy, holdy folds. Bigger brain equals larger neurons. Definitely not. No, absolutely no. Then they launder money on Twitch. Someone asked me, actually twice, 2 different occasions I've been asked to launder money on Twitch. People are like, I'll gift you 1,000 subs if you just give me half that money back. Or bits or something. I'll give you 10 million bits if you give me half of them back. I know, I'm not stupid. I know what that means. Where'd that money come from, bad boy? I'm not getting involved. Thank you. Thank you so much. Post hoc, ergo propter hoc. Exactly. What that means is, post hoc means afterwards. Right? You do something afterwards. Ergo means therefore. Propter hoc means before. So if you find out something after the fact, therefore it must be true before the fact as well. So therefore, stuff like if a military organization has 150 people, right? After the military organization has already been built and done, and I counted, it has 150 people post hoc. Therefore, ergo, they did that on purpose because that's how many people are a good idea to have. It's a fallacy. It's not true. If you are small brain, at least you can find it as being the fault if your life goes in the wrong direction. Yes. No. No. I guess I'm just agreeing with you guys. You know, sometimes I don't process your sentence quick enough, and then I'm just like, yeah. Hoc-tour, indeed, that's a whole other thing, for sure. Absolutely. My guy is not hoc-touring right now. He's spitting no facts. Nay facts are coming out of this guy's mouth. That's Dunbar. Let's go back to my little MS Paint. So, you've got, on a scale of empathy, let me restructure this. On a scale of empathy, so how much you like this person, how much you care if they would die, you've got none, acquaintance, okay? You've got a little bit equals casual. These are born out of a necessity. Book club example. You're in a book club. There's a woman named Sally. She sits across from you. You've never spoken. She's an acquaintance. She's part of your group club. She solidifies your social identity. Casual. You've talked to Sally now. You've asked her, hey, what do you think about this book? And she said, oh, I like it. And you say, oh, I like it too. Casual. You would care if she died. You would go to her funeral. As an acquaintance, you probably wouldn't. As a casual, you would go to her funeral. But you would not speak unless you were number 2. Close. You hang out with Sally now. Sally comes around. You talk about things other than books. You appreciate her for her. There's trust. You share things about your life. She says things about her life to you. You would definitely go to her funeral. And you might speak, but you probably won't. And then 3 is best. Ride or die bad bitch. You wouldn't be just at the funeral. You wouldn't be at the funeral actually, because you'd be hunting down the bastard that murdered her. Best friend. Total trust, loyalty. You hate the people she hates just because she hates them, etc. As close to unrequited as a relationship as you can get. And all of these things are a spectrum. So that is basically that, right? I'm gonna go ahead and pop a little ooh around it. That's empathy. or how intimate you are with other people. That's the list of intimate relationships. But of course, there's other types of friendships too. We talked already about childhood friends. So you form all of these bonds, usually up to best friendship or close friendship bonds when you're a kid. So it's very formative, and that way they're super, super, super stable. So there's people you can just not talk to for years and years and years and years, and they'll still be your ride or die bitch because you've already formed that when you were a kid or whatever. And then you've got mentor-mentee. So you're friendly for a purpose, and it's a professional level of friendliness. And it usually ends when the thing ends, when your tutoring period ends, or when they do become an art master or whatever it is. And if you stay in contact again, it's for professional reasons. And then you've got that's what we got up to, transactionals. This is you become friends with the intention of swapping goods with each other. I'm a musician. I'm a drummer. You play the keyboard. Do you want to start a band? That might be transactional. It also might be things that you just have. It might be the start of a casual relationship because you have things in common and things like that, right? But it's transactional when you start because I do this music, you do this music, and to be in a band, you have to have people who do varying things. Goods and services. Yes, I paint walls. You build walls. We go together like shibida-bibida-bibida-ba-ba-da. Where does our streamer fall in the categories? That's not a question that should ever be answered. Band member versus band employee. Yeah, true. I guess so. Not really. I think... Yeah. If it's transactional and you've just joined, you're probably more of a band employee than a band member until you establish yourself a little bit and or build up a rapport with the people. The bassist versus the drummer. The bassist is the member. I don't know, with both the bassists and drummers, they're usually very sore because there are very few people. They're usually like, we have everything, we're ready to go on tour, but we need a drummer. Oh, we have everything, we're ready to go on tour. We have 7 albums that are already published, but we have no bassist. Please. Beg. It was based off primates. There's a relationship between the neocortex and group size in primates. Yes, because we know the neocortex size in humans. Dumbledore could predict that humans can maintain such relationships with up to 150 individuals. Yeah, but again, he's done a post hoc ergo propter hoc thing. He's done a correlation equals causation. He's also done a primates equals human thing. So there's a lot of fallacies in there. So it's still not nonsense is how I would describe it. Maybe not nonsense. That's too strong. I wouldn't take that as evidence though or science for it. But it sounds about right. You know, I'm sure there is a limit on how many people we can have in our hearts at any one point just because of, you know, memory and also time. Also effort, being emotional, being vulnerable, also then providing the support to other people. That takes a lot of energy and we don't have infinite energy. So there probably is a limit. I just don't know where it is. And I don't think Dunbar does either. Isn't the efficient smart group size like only 8 people? I don't know. Small group size, only 8 people. I actually don't know. I don't know anything about that. What's our limit? I don't know. Why not 4? Why not 6? That's what they said in my communications class. Guys, don't bully Grace. That's just what they said in the communications class. I don't know. Let me... What are most efficient group sizes? So this is like for work. And why? Varies on task goals and nature of the work being done. True. Yeah, it really depends what for, right? Because if it's an 8-person group, valid. If you're coming up with like a project, you can delegate various roles and stuff. 8-person group, fine. But if you're cooking something, do you want 8 people in the kitchen? That might be too many. How big is your kitchen? If you're baking a single pie, you know, get out. Or if you might not want 8 people writing a song. Each person cooks 1 slice. Easy. Groups of 3, 6, 9. 3 is a good multiplier. Yes, it is a good multiplier because it's God's number. In a car, also in a train, also in a table, also in a row of a cinema. Yeah, true. 4. It varies on the way the group actually does their work too. Yeah. So if you're doing like problem solving, one-on-one stuff as well, you only really want pairs. If you want more decision-making projects, then you don't really want more than 5 people involved. So it really depends what for, which makes sense. I don't know if there's a neuroscientifically more efficient way of doing something. Also, if it's a big global thing, like if you're trying to run an organization, you're not going to want 8 people in the organization. You're going to want hundreds. The best pie is made with 3.14159 people. Nice. Good. The expression "too many cooks in the kitchen" came to exist for a reason. Exactly. So what Jippity here says. Jippity says that the problem with having too many people is you can have too many people making decisions, slowing down decisions. If you have people being like, well, actually, what about this? Oh, actually, what about this? Oh, I don't know about this. This could be right, but I don't get a good vibe from it, etc. If there's too many people raising problems, then you're going to be way slower making decisions, which can be a good thing. Depends on what the decision is. If my decision is I want to bomb everyone, pretty good if someone challenges that. Might want more than just me in the boardroom. Anyway. But yeah, you want different perspectives as well, so bigger numbers might be group, might be good, but then you might also get more conflict and blah 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 blah, so it really depends what it is. The more people in a group means the higher likelihood of people in said group contributing less. Oh, true, and then they get restless and upset and stuff, but you could also pay them less. Anyway, also if something's really difficult, you might want more people, but if something's really difficult and fiddly in a stressful way, you want less people. I want to bomb everyone too, twinsies, and that's why you have 3 people in the boardroom, at least. Fewer, not less. That's fair. Less is for an amount of stuff, fewer is for individual items. So it's fewer people, it would be less cake, fewer people. You're right. Shut up. Fewer individual cakes, yes. Speaking of, I want cinnamon rolls. If I ordered cinnamon rolls, would that be weird? Would you guys judge me? I can wait. I haven't eaten today. I can wait. My coffee's cold. Oh, I have limonata! And drugs. Not drugs. Prescribed medication, but I've already taken it today. That's just straight up lemon juice. I like it. It's just fully straight up lemon juice. Today's stream is brought to you by San Pellegrino. It's just actually straight up lemon juice. It's good. Yeah. It's a lot, but it's good. Okay. I hate drinking from aluminium because I can kind of taste the aluminium. I don't really like it. Makes my teeth go these. San Pellegrino is Nestle. No, devil's drink. Shit, really? Nestle are the worst. Allegedly. Please don't sue me. Anyway, let's keep going. So we'll come back to transactional relationships because there's a whole other theory about those types of things. But just to finish off this list, we've got one-sided, otherwise known as the toxic ones. The parasites, the vampires, if you will. The fun sponges. We talked about fun sponges. They're the people who suck up all the fun out of the room. They basically are friends with you to get something and they have no intention of giving it back. So you've got your abusers. You've got your leeches. I heard women love vampires if they're sparkly. Energy vampires. Exactly what Olivia Rodrigo was singing about. 100%. The fun what? Fun sponge. Fun sponge is my word for them. People will say energy vampires. My word that I came up with before I even knew what an energy vampire was fun sponge, and I think it's better. They suck up all the fun out of the room. They like go over your counter of fun and just get out all of it. Thank you, Rando. I appreciate that. Is a parasocial thing one-sided? Yes. Would it be the same kind of definition? I think I would make parasocial a separate term. But parasocial relationships are one-sided in that the other person doesn't know they're happening. And the other person doesn't know they're happening. And what you're doing is you're using the idea of them, the fantasy of them for control and comfort and gratification. So that's the parasocial, if you were a parasocial person. But if you're a one-sided person, then you're abusing them, or you're an energy vampire or a fun sponge. So you've got your abusive people, but you've also got, it's another example, leeches. I said that already. Leeches. So you have something, and all of a sudden they want to be friends with you. There's a song about that I like, and I'm going to play it. It goes like this. Wait. I really want to find this song for you, at least for the end of the stream. You love lychees? No. No, that's something else. Is stream review a parasocial? No. So parasocial relationships are when someone believes that they are in a deeper, more intimate relationship than they actually are. So you might be an acquaintance, but the parasocial person will believe that you're like this, or it's romantic or something, based on nothing, no evidence whatsoever. And it occurs often between people where there's a barrier. So if you're a streamer, it occurs there. It also occurs between celebrities of any kind or fictional characters, right? Not all parasocial relationships are bad. It's just a sensation of feeling close to someone when you might not actually be. Most people are very, very conscious that they are not actually that close to people. Everyone has parasocial relationships. You ever read a book and had a crush on one of the characters? Parasocial relationships. Ever had a crush on a celebrity? Parasocial relationship. Ever watched a bunch of interviews for one celebrity and felt like if you knew each other, you'd be really good friends? Parasocial relationship. They're not all bad. They have a lot of good things about them too. It can make you feel less alone. It can give you comfort. It can give you a sense of control. It can make you more empathetic and more emotional, and can make you more likely to go and find friends that you actually do know and find those relationships that are real for yourself, right? But like anything, they can spiral out of control. You can become delulu. You can then there's different levels. So you have your normal parasocial that everyone has at some point. And then you have your delusional parasocials, where it becomes a little bit real, they get a bit obsessive, and it takes over their life. So that at that point, it's really bad for them. They're no longer speaking to other people, and it interrupts their day. So that's where help should come in. And then it can ascend to being a stalker, or violent, or stuff like that. Yeah. So scary, 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 scary. But parasocial itself isn't necessarily a bad thing. Anything where you're delulu, and or it's taking over your life, is always a bad thing. Like the movie Misery. Haven't seen it. Wait, it was gonna be on the poll at some point for movie night, but we haven't seen it. Oh shit! This week there's no movie night. Sorry, this week. Oh, but there's no movie night next week either. Maybe we should reschedule instead of canceling. Thursday. Can we do Thursday instead of Friday for movie night this week? Friday, my friend has an exhibition, and I have to go. I want to go. I also have to, but I want to go. She has an exhibition in the evening, so I'm not going to be around. Is Thursday okay for everybody? I'll put it on the Discord, don't worry. I'll allow everyone later. Cool. People actually speak to people willingly. Yeah, so parasocial is very interesting. And the final thing, I keep getting distracted. We are going to end this list. So I don't know if I should include this, but it's like a frenemy. Now, this is a specific kind of, not necessarily one-sided, it can be, but it's a specific kind of transactional relationship where the thing that you're transacting is power. Right? You have a relationship, you might know them very well, you might have intimacy, you might have trust with this person, you might actually genuinely be friends with this person, but at the same time, you're just competing with them. And so the main thing that defines your friendship is the competition, is the whatever. I think I might actually... I don't think frenemy is a category within itself. I think what it could be is it could be a manifestation of insecurity within a different relationship. Yeah, it's rivals. I think oftentimes you're a frenemy with someone and it's because of your own insecurity, or you're not actually friends with them, but you're pushed together. You have to hang out so you're polite. It's very toxic. Yikes. Thursday works. Amazing. Okay. Oh, okay. So we'll see you for the. Sorry about that. Yeah. And then the week afterwards, I'm traveling on the Friday. So, or am I traveling on the Thursday? I don't know. So I won't be around at all. I'm in San Diego. Me and my homie casually making us better versions of ourselves because we want to be better than each other. Lol. Yeah, I had a friend who I would study really hard because of her. Because she would always be like a mark below me. Always below. She hated me. She had a bit more of a friend of me thing going than I did. Because she was the one obsessed with the fact that I always got one more mark than her. And then I didn't actually notice until she pointed that out. But then once I noticed, I couldn't let it go. I couldn't let her then have a mark. Like, I had to then always have a mark more than her. And I did. I won. GG. I study so much. How do you do it? Rage. Pure rage is how I fuel myself. Always one mark below me. I couldn't keep up. Sorry, babe. She had a parasocial. Yeah, she had a one-sided rivalry, and then she informed me about it, and then it became mutual because I couldn't let her win. I had to maintain this. So there it goes. Poor girl. No. I tried to help. Okay, I know why. I know why she couldn't measure up in exams. I know why. She was very, very stressed out. She had a lot of stress issues. So again, yeah, poor girl. She had a lot of stress issues. Very stressed out, not about me, but like about everything all the time. And she would overstudy. She would take all of her books home every single night and bring them all back in the morning. She looked like a freaking turtle. It probably gave her back issues. And she would just learn all of this irrelevant information. And she asked me, how do you do it? And I slapped down this thin ass study guide in front of her. And I was like, I memorized this. And she says, no, you can't possibly get an A star just from that. You must do other things. Nope, I don't. That's what I do. I've memorized that. And she didn't believe me. She thought I was lying to try. She was paranoid. She thought I was lying to try and undermine her so she'd do worse on exams. And I was like, no, I'm not lying. It's just if you put something irrelevant in your answer, okay, they're not going to give you an extra mark for it. If you have like a fun fact from the internet, they're not going to give you an extra mark. You need to just, it's 7 marks for an essay question. They are looking for 7 specific things. Those 7 specific things are written in this guide. Memorize that, bitch. That's all you have to do. Straight A stars. Thank you so much. A mark more than her every single time. But like, she didn't listen to me. She killed herself working. Poor thing. Genuinely poor thing. I hope she's okay now. She did very, very, very well. I think she's, I don't know what she does now. She wanted to be a doctor, so I hope she's achieved her goals. But anywho. She learned better at the end though, I bet. Yeah, probably. She probably has a more nuanced understanding of the subject and also probably still remembers what she learned. I don't. I don't remember. But the thing is, like, I kind of don't need to remember. I got the gist. I know how to learn. So if there is something I did want to know about, I could go and learn it. She did very, 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 very well. She's phenomenal. She knows a lot about a lot of things. She's also wrong about a lot of things. I still have this rivalry going in my head. I haven't spoken to her in so long. I still have this rivalry going. I don't know why. I just remember it came to a head one day. Again, this was not me. I did not mind at all, but it came to a head one day because we were playing Just Dance. She really didn't like this. I think she just actually didn't like me. Anyway, but we were playing Just Dance at my house. And I kept doing better. I kept getting a higher score. And she was like, she actually is a dancer. I'm horrible at dancing, but she's actually is a dancer. She has loads of dance lessons and different things. She's a phenomenal dancer. And she thought I was cheating. She must have been cheating. And I was like, I don't think so. So we swapped controllers, we swapped Wii remotes, and we swapped positions, and we like fiddle with the lights and stuff just to like, maybe it's the controller, maybe it's where I'm stood, etc. And I just kept doing better than her. And she got so angry, like so angry. And she quite rudely pointed out that I couldn't dance and how, like, what does this mean? And I was like, I was trying to comfort her, and I was saying, it's just a game. It doesn't know how well you dance. It's a Wii. It can't see you. It's just about the wrist. So don't, you're still obviously a better dancer than me. Don't take this personally. Like, it's just a silly little game. But it didn't work. She got very, very upset. And so she watched me and she was like, you're not even doing the feet. And then I was just like, yeah, because it can't see the feet, can it? It's a Wii. Maybe it can now, I don't know. Has Just Dance improved recently? It's a Wii. It's just the Wii remote. I make sure that I hit the beat with this hand. That's how I'm doing well. I'm doing the right beat with this hand. The rest of my body is irrelevant. I'll still do it because we're dancing, we're having fun, but it's irrelevant. Oh, I'm not doing the feet. Maybe you should spend less time thinking about the feet and you do better in the game. There's a purpose. There's a fit. There's a purpose. You know, you gotta be mission aware. You've got to understand what the goal is. If you want it, like, you know, you don't have to be perfect at everything. You just have to get the job done. Dancer versus gamer. Yeah, she did get very mad and then she stormed out. It wasn't about me. It wasn't about me. I was trying to comfort her. I wasn't saying any of that stuff. I was trying to be like, it's just a game. It's fine. We'll go to actual dance lessons and you'll see. None of that was about me. She's a perfectionist. She has other issues going on. I hope she's okay now. I'm sure she is. Maybe you're the problem since you're just trying to get the high score instead of dancing and having fun. I was having fun until she started yelling at me. I was having fun. I was winning. It's a game. It's a game where you get points. I got the points. Why are you mad at me? I wasn't sweating. I was not try-harding. I actually tried to lose one time so she would stop yelling at me. But I didn't. I still won. I'm a gamer, what can I say? Anyway, it's not my fault. It's not my fault that I do better on exams and in Just Dance. It's not my fault. What am I supposed to quell my flame so hers can look brighter? That is what we call a one-sided parasitic relationship. Am I supposed to burn less bright? Is that what you want from me? That's poetic. Thank you. I got it from a Tumblr post. I'm just that good. I'm born this way. This is the way I'm born. Hashtag born different. I can't like. Burn less bright. Oh, that's you do want me to burn less bright. Well, you don't have to worry about that anymore. I peaked when I was 16. It's all that. It's been downhill from that moment. So, oh well. Okay. Bet we can Google that sentence and find your Wattpad. I don't have a Wattpad. I don't have a Wattpad anymore. Shut up. A Wattpad? Don't dim yourself to make other people feel better. Yes. Don't also, like, don't be a kind of, a clunt. Sorry, pardon my French. Something in my throat. Don't be a cunt about it either. But, yeah, do have confidence and don't pretend you're something that you're not. I think a lot of people do that. Put a 1 in the chat if you've ever done anything like that. Do you, like, dumb yourself down, pretend to be more stupid than you are so people like you, or you pretend to be less good at something, or you pretend to be any of this stuff? You pretend to do less well, be less friendly, just to make other people feel better. A lot of people have done that. I've tried it and I overdid it. No, I'm actually just dumb. Well, I'm happy you're living your truth then, Lenny. I did that in school a lot. Because I don't know why, I used a lot of big words. And I didn't do it on purpose. I wasn't trying to, like, be a dick. But I just knew a lot of big words. And sometimes the big word was the only word that came to mind. And so I couldn't figure out what the simple way of saying it was, so I would just speak. And then people would get mad because I come across as a pretentious dick, which is valid. I did come across as a pretentious dick. So I tried to not do that. And then also when I got to school that was mixed, because I'm a whore, when I got to my mixed school, I would pretend to be quite ditzy and sleepy. I actually did that when I started stream too. To try and make people like me more. Stupid, right? It's really stupid. Yeah. It's not your fault they didn't read any books. Yeah, read more. You want to understand what I'm saying? Maybe read a fucking book, dick. Yeah, and other things to say to not make friends. This is good advice. This is good advice. How to not make friends. Yes. Insult them. Glad I missed that era. It didn't last very long. It was like when I just first started streaming. You know? I was just being like, I don't know, I was being all... which is not a bad thing if you are truly. That is a nice, lovely thing to be. And there are lots of people who are floopy and they're wonderful. And it doesn't mean that they're stupid either. But it wasn't me. I was pretending, and that's the bad part. I used to dumb myself down too. Oh no, you bimbified yourself. Yikes. Yeah. Yeah. But it went so far as like I would just lie. Oh, actually, shit, I still do this. I still do this. Not so much on stream. I'm very on like being mean to you guys. But I still do this. If someone says something to me that I already know, I won't tell them that I already know. And that just sounds like being polite, right? But sometimes it's something really extreme. Like I was talking to someone at a party and the way we met is they talked to me and they said, oh, you have a degree in psychology. Oh, you teach like neuroscience stuff, kind of. You do the mind control stuff. You do tech projects. And I was like, yeah. And then they launched into this speech teaching me about, it was something really simple. I don't remember what it was. It was something incredibly simple. Like stuff that all of us would already know. That's type of psychology. And they weren't doing it to be mean. I'm sure they weren't doing it to be mean. You know, they weren't being a dick about it. But it was on me. I pretended it was new information. And that's dumbing, that's what dumbing yourself down is. I was pretending that it was new information. And I was being like, oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Cool. And I don't know why I did that. I still do that. What I could have done, what I should have done is be like, yes, I heard about this. And also, did you hear about this thing? That's how you're supposed to have a conversation. But I didn't do that. I pretended that I didn't know and I just let them teach me. So they liked me more. That's awful, isn't it? That's awful. Yeah. They probably thought, how could she not know this? What an idiot. Yeah. Maybe because you don't want to come across as, hey, I know this better than you. Well, yeah, that's what it is. But I don't think people would think that, you know. It's cool knowing stuff. And then you just add to it. And then that's how you have a conversation. I mean, like, you don't need to be a dick about it. You don't need to be like, actually, hold it there. I know all of this already. Be more interesting. Like, you don't need to do that. But... yikes. Stop right there. Thank you very much. I've heard enough. If you can't say something I don't already know in the next 10 minutes, I'm leaving. Look at the size of my cranium. Look how large. That's it's not proven. Brain size isn't linked to intelligence. Just again, dispel that myth. There it is. You're allowed to cut them off and say, I already know this. Are you allowed to cut them off? I think you're allowed to cut them off. Depends how are we cutting people off? Hold it! You could, like, whenever there's a natural gap, you could be like, oh, yeah, I heard about this. I saw it on the news or whatever. No, you just scream, shut the fuck up. Idiot. Pour your drink on them. I already know this. Don't bum them. That's so funny. Oh, I kind of want to do that just to do it. I'm gonna do it to clean him when he gets home. He's gonna be so confused. Hush, and grab their lips. Hush. I already know this. That's good shit. Yeah, that's good. Grab their tongue and pull it towards you. And then give him a little kiss on the nose when you're done. I already know this. Am I like this in real life or do I usually act different in streams? I am upsettingly the same. I'm upsettingly, unfortunately, disappointingly the exact same. Hey, I'm louder. I'm usually quite quiet. I usually don't speak at all. I'm very awkward, but you know that. That's the same. Why am I acting like that's not the same? You smile less. Probably. Yeah, I'm having less fun most of the time. This is fun. This is like a fun thing that we do. I hope you're having fun too. So I'm not always having fun in life. So, a lot in general, yes. So, you know, I don't smile. Do I smile a lot on stream? I think I do. But, yeah, no, I'm quite quiet. That's probably the only difference, really. I'm not quiet at TwitchCon. There'll be people who have met me and they'll be like, you didn't fucking shut up. I'm not quiet at TwitchCon because I go into Streamer Perry. I do that on purpose. I'm Streamer Perry mode. Because y'all want to meet Streamer Perry and Streamer Perry talks. So that's why. You know? When laughing at your own jokes. Shut the fuck up, Grace. I did it just then. Okay, so those are the kinds of things. What do you think though, guys? Are you guys the same all of the time? Or do you have lots of, I mean, there's lots of masks, lots of personas and stuff that we do differently. I think I'm performing as well. It's kind of like streaming is like performing. So I don't gesture as much as I do on stream. I'm not all about the gesture all the time. There is that. I try to make my facial expressions bigger while I might not think about it the times. Going into streamer mode is Barry the Platypus putting on his hat. That's literally what it is. It feels like I used to actually do that. Oh god, I'm such a nerd. I'm such a nerd. Anyway, I used to do that. So before streaming, or like just when I started streaming, I had this awful crippling social anxiety. Nothing's really changed, but here we go. It's gotten way better. Anyway, but I used to have this awful crippling social anxiety. If someone was in the kitchen, I could not go in the kitchen. I would wait. I have spent whole days, 24 hours, 48 hours without eating anything because I didn't want to go in the kitchen and talk to someone because I couldn't. Squeak. I had to get people to go up to the counters to stuff. If a shop didn't have self-checkout, I would not go in. Anyway, stuff like that. We're fine now. We move. But after I started streaming and I started finding streaming a little bit easier to do, I would have this streamer mode idea. Now, it's the same fucking person. To be fair, at that point, it was not the same person. I'm the same person now because I'm comfortable now. So now it's just, hey, you know. But anyway, I would literally, to help me in social situations, I would use streamer mask. And so there was one time I needed to go into the kitchen and I was like, okay, I'm not going to wait. I'm just going to do it. And I literally physically looked at myself in the mirror and went, because I'm a fucking nerd. Too much anime ruins you. Anyway, and then it worked. It's like if I can welcome in someone to chat and say, hey, what's up? How are you doing? What have you been up to today? That's really interesting. Tell me more about that. Then you can say that to a real person too. It's the same thing. It's conversation. Thanks for the sub, housemate. I did call people chat once though. Oh my god. Okay, I was out with friends that I've known since college. College? I say college because sixth form. I've known them since sixth form. I've known them since I was 16. And I was out with them. There's like 4 of them. This was like, guys, this was like a month ago. Not even. And we were quite tipsy. And so I was telling a story, being all big, being all gesture. I was telling a story and I called them chat. And it doesn't matter. It was a good story. I really wanted to finish the story, but it doesn't matter. I was never ever going to finish the story from that point. They all just started screaming. They were all just like, chat! Oh! I'm Perry! You told us before that you were worried you'd do that. Yeah, it happened. Hi, Kyoto, what's up? How are you doing? I did the thing. That's why I said, like, okay, so we do movie nights, right? And sometimes I forget that there's only about 30 of us and it's way more social and I'm not even the one making the most amount of noise. And so, you know, stuff like that. And so I apologize for calling you guys chat accidentally during movie nights. And I said, don't worry, because I literally call my IRL friends chat. It's just the way, I don't talk to anyone but you. Harry's always late for movie night. Not true. Sometimes I'm on time. And you say late. I've never been more than like 3 minutes late. 3 minutes maximum. Okay, it starts at 8. Most of the time I get there at 8:01 because it's like, basically I see the 7 and I'm like, I've got ages. That's what happens. It's 7:59. I only read the 7. I'm like, I've got plenty of time, and I go do something else. And then I'm like, shit. And then I get there at 8:01. You're welcome. You're welcome. 3 hours late. There it is. Chat means cat in French. Oh. on, you can't. Stupid chair. It's a dog. Is he gonna jump up? I can't tell. Are you gonna jump up? I'm just gonna stare at it. He wants to jump. This song's too sexy. He wants to jump. He's gonna do it. Odds on 1. He's buffering. He's got that loading screen. You know Hogwarts Legacy where you try and push open the doors? It's like that. Mama lift me. He hates it when I do that. You saw earlier, I tried to move him back and he freaked out. He's contemplating. Indeed, he's calculating. He's got things to do. Right, let's talk about transactional relationships. So this is a question I get a lot, and usually I do. Good boy! Good boy. Good job. I'm trying to untraumatize him. Okay? I'm trying to undo that trauma that I caused because I pushed him off the bed. I didn't mean to. I pushed him. I tried to move him back so I could close the window, and he ended up wanting to jump off the bed, and I think he thought he was in trouble. So I'm trying to undo that. You're not in trouble. You're allowed to be there. You know? So I'm trying to like... Oh, bless. I know. I know. I'm trying to undo the trauma. It's cult member. What's the word where you have like a victim? Or a drug addict, and you want to reintegrate them into society. Deprogramming. Thank you. Not the word for the drug addict, actually. I was wrong. Rehabilitation was the word I was thinking of, but you're right. Deprogramming is actually the word. I was wrong. The dog's neurocircuits are going to take a while to repair. Exactly. Let's talk about transactions. So I get this question. No, I want to keep that. We can get rid of this one, though. Oh, no, don't save it. We should definitely skip this song. Okay. Anyway. So I get this question in chat a lot on every single stream ever. People love this question. They ask me this question all the time because people are bitter and sad and they want a reason to be mean about other people. So I get this question a lot and I never ever talk about it because then it just makes everyone bitter and sad and mean to other people. So that's why. But now it's the friendship stream so we can do it. Transaction. Are friendships, and all of this applies to any kind of friendly relationship, which includes romantic relationships. Are friendships transactional? Very interesting. So there is a dude whose name is Homans. There are 3 dudes. There's Homans, Theobout, and Kelly. 3 guys. Or women, I don't know. 3 people, 3 researchers, dudes. 3 dudes. And they came up with the social exchange theory. Social exchange. Now, these guys, I think, were incredibly jaded and or do not love their wives anymore. But, like, maybe. It's Taylor Swift and her boyfriend. Oh, you think Taylor Swift and her boyfriend are in a transactional relationship? Don't let any Swifties hear you. You don't think their love is true and real and pure? So, I'm going to define transaction in the way that Homans, Theobald, and Kelly mean it in this theory. And they mean that literally you get something from the relationship and you give stuff in the relationship, and that's what it is. And the way that you stay in a relationship is if the rewards, okay, outweigh the costs. That's the basis of their entire theory. You get stuff from relationships, you give stuff in relationships, and if you're getting more than you give, you're happy. And if you're giving more than you get, you're not happy, and you leave. Basically, it means that reciprocity is huge. Reciprocity is just doing something back. Everyone believes in reciprocity. It's a big fundamental human nature thing. It's a sense of justice. Social psychology. You give something back. If someone does something for you, you expect it. And if it doesn't happen, then you get annoyed and frustrated. And that's another point, expectations. So another part of this theory is expectations as well. Everyone has an idea of an acceptable proportion, right? If you go rewards over costs, wait, is that the right thing? You want to like times Maths person, someone maths me here. How'd you get like a number? I want a number out of this. Maybe I can just Google what their actual, they have like a equation. It's not as easy as just taking a percent because that doesn't make sense. Formula. Oh, I don't think they do actually. Take the log. I don't remember what that means. Square root of pi. No, not just any number. I don't want any number. There's a formula for cost benefit analysis. You're right. That's a good thing to look up. Template. That's for a Google Doc. Formula maths. So it's what you're expected to get over what you currently have. But then you gotta minus that. I don't fucking know. I have no idea. But anyway, whatever. What they say is that everyone has a certain threshold that they can tolerate. So let's say that you're giving more than you're getting. Let's say that rewards over costs is less than 1, right? And you're giving more than you're getting. Okay. There is a threshold of giving more than you're getting that people can tolerate. Some people can't tolerate it at all. They have to always be getting more. Some people they have to be getting more. They don't even want to be getting the same. They have to be getting more than they're giving in the relationship. Those people suck. There's your sugar babies, I suppose. Or your, hey, that's a transactional relationship. There's your sugar babies. There's your, I guess, gold diggers. There's your trophy women people. I don't know. Leonardo DiCaprio? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. You can imagine that type of person that just wants love. And do you know what? It could just be anyone. Anyone just wants someone to worship them. And is more reluctant to give it back. Especially if there's an imbalance in how much you actually love that person. Anyway. But everyone, based on their expectations of their childhood, based on their previous relationships, based on how their parents were, everything that they've learned, all of their environment, also if they have like mood regulation problems, etc., etc., etc. But all of these other things, they all feed into your tolerance. And so some people are perfectly fine if they give everything and get nothing in return. That person needs therapy. For most of us, if you really love the person, you're probably okay with a little bit of imbalance. You know? A little bit. Or a lot of people argue it's not about in every single moment, but it's about in general. So in some moments, you can be giving everything and getting nothing. In some moments, the opposite would be true. If, you know, he needs you. Let's say he's in hospital. He's not going to be, for that few months, he's not going to be able to give you anything back, but you're going to look after him day in, day out because you love him. You know? You can't avoid imbalance in every single moment. Of course not. There's going to be imbalance all the time. But then overall, in general, it should feel fairly even. And that's probably true for most romantic relationships. So this is the social exchange theory. Now, yeah. And so people have different thresholds of what they would tolerate. Some people would probably tolerate a little bit less than equal because it's love. Some people would tolerate giving everything and getting nothing in return always. Those people are in abusive relationships and or have low self-esteem. They're with fun sponges. They're with parasites, if you will. Some people are only happy if they get more than they give, etc. Based on all of these other things that happen. The problem with social exchange theory is it doesn't explain a lot of different types of relationships. Like parasocial relationships, like you said, yeah. Although I kind of added that to types of relationships. It might not actually be on the list of types of relationships to be included because it's not actually a relationship because it's one person. It's more of a delusion. It's within someone's own head. So it's not actually a relationship at all because a relationship requires at least 2 people, right? It's or actually just 2 people because it's a relationship between 2 people. And of course you can have multiple relationships. You can have up to 150 according to Dunbar. And I mean all relationships, not just romantic ones. But that's what that is. Wait, so you're saying we're not besties? Considering I'm not sure what you look like. Maybe not quite yet. All of my 150 relationships are imagined. Oh, you've got such a good imagination. You're so creative, go you. There's also limerence as well. Yeah. So limerence is like infatuation. You're obsessed with someone. And then those people are going to be really, really tolerant of giving everything and getting nothing. And that might actually be a relationship. It might not be parasocial. It might just be unhealthy. So you might actually be in a romantic relationship with the person, but if you're still infatuated with them, it's not healthy. Wow, Shinny cares about the looks, right? No takey backsies. I already told my mum. What the fuck? Hi, Basil, what's up? How to make friends? Is this mandatory? This is mandatory course. You have to be here. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. What's that word begin with? Art? Rewards. Rewards. Sorry, my handwriting is so bad. Rewards. Did that make it better or worse? This will be the exam. Rewards over costs. The problem with the big problem with social exchange theory, though, is that it views everything as very clinical, very transactional, very this for this equals this, and then there's a number, and then if it's under this number, it's ruined and you leave them. And now it sounds right, but nothing is ever so complicated, ever so simple. What's wrong with just giving all you can to someone you love and getting nothing back? So, short term, nothing. Long term, forever. They're using you. They're a parasite. They might not care about you in the same way you care about them. There's a dignity thing, yeah. It won't be real in the same sense. The relationship that you imagine you have might not be the relationship you actually do. And that sucks. That sucks. That's lame. Now, not necessarily. They could be just incredibly inconsiderate. There are some people out there that are just inconsiderate, and they don't even know that they're inconsiderate. Do you know what I mean? Like, they might, yeah, there might be things that are important to you, and they just don't know to do it. They might be perfectly happy if you stop doing everything that you're doing for them. And they might not notice. So it doesn't mean that they don't love you. And therefore, frank, open, honest conversations. You know, I picked you up from work 6 days in a row last week. And I asked you to come meet me 5 minutes down the road because I would be cold and lonely. And you had no excuse and no reason why you couldn't, but you just said no. And that upset me. Reciprocity. Reciprocity isn't just a relationship thing. Reciprocity is a huge expectation that we all have. Like that. You scratch my back, and then at some point eventually, I'll scratch yours. Because you did it for me. It would be really rude and really awful if I didn't. Communicate your expectations every single time. Of course, absolutely. This feels like a super simplified and very specific version of game theory. Yes, it's like a zero-sum thing. Yeah. No, literally, that's exactly what it is. So that's a big criticism of social exchange. It's too simplified. It doesn't imply at all that it means long-term balance overall. It implies in the moment, and it's very much therefore this will happen. It's very programmatic. And there are some relationships where someone wants to receive more, and there are some people where someone wants to give more than they receive. For whatever reason, they might be uncomfortable or whatever it is, or maybe the way they express their love and feel good is by doing things for the other person. And therefore, there are relationships that are healthy and successful where there is an imbalance. And that's okay, because they both get the gratification out of it, and they both love each other in the same way. So, very, very interesting. And the reason I'm talking about romantic relationships here, even though this is a stream about friendship, is because this theory was originally applied to romantic relationships, but you can apply it to everything. Similarly, here's another theory. This one's quite fun, actually. This one is called Sternberg's triangle. Sternberg is a dude, and he has triangles. Okay, come with me. Come look at his triangles. Okay. So what's a good one? Probably this. So he says, and we're going to say romantic relationships, but it can apply to friends too if you just think about it different ways. But he says that love is built on 3 things. Intimacy. So, like, how much you like someone, your trust, how close you are, what you share with each other, you know. Commitment. Self-explanatory. And passion. And therefore, if you have intimacy and passion, you have a very romantic, dreamy, sweep me off my feet love. If you have intimacy and commitment, then your companions, your best friend loves. If you have commitment and passion, but no real intimacy, then it's fatuous, so you have an infatuation. Because you don't actually know that person. You haven't really talked a lot, but you're like a tsundere. No, that's the wrong word. Yandere. But let's say you are actually in a relationship with them. You're still the yandere type because, my God, have a conversation. And then if you have all three of those things, then you have the true love, the consummate love. That's his theory. That's Sternberg's triangle. Can you ever truly know someone, though? Very good point. You're not in their head unless you read minds. Yeah. Yeah. Very weird. Again, super oversimplified, of course. But that's what he agreed. And people apply this to friendships, too. So instead of intimacy can stay as intimacy, it's just how much you have in common, how much you like each other, what you talk about, do you trust each other, do you share things, are you vulnerable, do you ask them for support, commitment is commitment. And then passion can be similar interests and similar temperaments and stuff like that, rather than sexy times. So it can be the same sort of thing. Consummate loves means I consume them. You consume each other. Yandere Simulator was a good game. Yeah. Well, the dev was a pedophile and also the game was a bit pedophilic. Why can you steal panties and keep them? And were there like upskirts and stuff? I've never played it. It was like Hitman, but schoolgirls. But he was a nonce. I don't think there's an allegedly anymore. Do I need an allegedly? Allegedly. Where's the money on that triangle? Where would it go and why? Where would the money go? Oh, like if it's a transaction, like sugar babies. You date them for the money, they date you for the sex. Yeah. I guess I wouldn't go on there, would it? So it wouldn't describe every single kind of relationship. Only non-transactional ones. Unless you think that all relationships are transactional. Which actually brings me back to this. We got distracted. So the question that I get on stream a lot is, are relationships transactional? So of course you've got that social exchange theory that if you the rewards of the benefit, the rewards of the relationship should outweigh the costs, or should be even amongst you, and that's why everyone gets into relationships, because they perceive. Oh yeah, that's another part of it. If you perceive that that person will give you rewards, then you'll pursue them. That's also what they argued, I think, which is not at all the case. Most of the time, people go after people because they like them, and they want to love them, and they want to give them things, and they want to make them feel better. Most of the time when you fall in love with someone, it's like, I want you to be happy, or that's what it should be, you know? And you're not necessarily thinking about all the stuff they can do for you. You might be thinking about how they fit into your life. Do they complement you? Are you going to get on long term, etc., 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 or how much you actually have in common? But if you fall in love, it's not going to be, well, she has money and a pool, and therefore I'll date her. Although I guess some people do think about it like that. Would you date a girl if she had a lot of money and a pool? A pool. Yeah, maybe. Is she hot? Does she have a dog? Good point. Good question. Assuming you would not date her, but assuming that she sucks in every other way. That's the only thing she has. She sucks, but she's rich. Would you date her? Viper says, of course. Hey, this is a good song for this, actually.
I invite you to life in a preview. Damn right, for like Mike in a fight when he lost in a bite was a move we could see through. And I know they got dudes.
Wait,
like
there was a lyric.
Work from the sun to the night, which is still like me.
Why does she suck? You have nothing in common.
Everything got a price I see. Finna double price on a weed too.
Anyway.
I invite you to life. Damn right, for like Mike in a
she just isn't, like, she's nice, but she's boring. And you don't get on, she doesn't find you funny. She doesn't laugh at any of your jokes, and she's not funny either. And you have nothing in common. But she rich and has a pool. What do you do? She has a personality like a wet paper towel, exactly. So, that's what it is. But she loves me for some reason, yeah. But you don't get it. But she's not like nice to you. She just wants to date you for some reason. I'm sure you're a smash hit, but yeah. Definitely no, says Quinn. No, I don't think I would either. I don't think I would. It depends how horny and single I am. You know? I have a friend. Okay, I don't think I can tell the story. No, I can't tell the story. Let's just say, there are lots of things that people do if they're horny and single for too long that they're not necessarily super proud of. But do remember, chat, that the sins of the past cast long shadows. And sometimes the person that you know, went for, even if you definitely shouldn't have, because you were single and horny enough for long enough, sometimes they happen to be employed at your place of work in a very small workshop. And you did not know that 5 years later. Oh, Lisa. Absolutely cooked, yeah. Hypothetically speaking, of course, this is happening currently to no one that I know. Hi, Laszlo. Time for a career change. Oh no. Whoopsie daisies. Whoopsie daisies. Anywho. How awkward. That's some main character shit. No, don't say that, because then I have to consider that he's the main character, and I want to be the main character. Am I the main character? No. No. But I don't think he is either. I don't think he is. Cleedum doesn't think he's the main character. Cleedum goes through a period. Cleedum is my, for all intents and purposes, roommate. He goes through a period where he sometimes doesn't know if he exists, and he thinks that perhaps he's only an NPC in someone else's life. And he says the reason why he says this is because he's too stable. So in a story, characters have arcs, right? They have arcs, and therefore they have problems, and they have like shit going on, or mental health difficulties, or drama, or something's wrong with them, and then they learn and they get better. But he says that he's already perfect. He's already super nice. His arc is complete. And therefore, if this was a film, he'd be killed off. He'd be a disposable nicey. You guys know about disposable niceys? Where there's just a really nice character that's a support system for the main character, and they often like get killed off or something so as to trigger the arc for the main character. A disposable nicey. Yeah. That's sometimes he worries that he's the disposable nicey. So I don't know how to take that, because he's talking about me and him. He's talking about me and him. And so one, him being disposable is not very nice. But then again, he's saying that I'm so fucked up that I must be the main character. I have so many issues, and I have such a big arc to go on still, that he's surely the disposable nicey in our relationship. Fuck you too. Oh, saying, like, oh my god. Redemption arc incoming. Yeah, he's saying I've got a ways to go for my character development. It's one elaborate, very self-depreciating, very subtle roast. Is what that is. Exactly, Autumn. I think we're the main characters of our own lives. Of course we are. We have to be. We only see things through our eyes. And we are the only person that will love us the same way that we love ourselves. Because otherwise the angle is like all wrong. You know what I mean? Thanks, Grilla. I appreciate that. Anyway, is the relationship transactional? So, according to this theory, the transaction is literally the rewards over costs. Like literally, wait, what am I writing? That's not how you spell this. Is literally the rewards over costs, right? So it's very, very clinical. But I think whether or not relationships are transactional, you get something, you give something, depends on how you define the word reward, right? And I guess cost. But how do you define the word reward? If you say it's things like money, skills, sex, followers, and remember this is romantic or just friendships, take you to places, connections, because you're interesting. Well, now we're getting more grey. Because of people you know. Maybe you run a zoo. You know? If those are the costs, okay, or the rewards, then you could fairly easily say, okay, that's a transactional relationship. Because your intention is to be friends with that person so you get something. You get skills. You get followers on Instagram or whatever it is, right? And I think we can all agree that that is lame. We can all agree that that is a lame thing to do. Because let's be sincere. Thank you so much. Thank you. In the world of psychology, there's this misconception that every single thing of the psyche can be reduced to a brain process. Hence these theories that kind of work in common sense, but are completely out of touch with reality. I think that's true. I think it's because we don't necessarily know everything to know about the brain. It's fairly mysterious still, that we kind of assume that things can be X, Y, Z, or this one particular part of the brain could do this one particular thing, when actually that's not the case. Probably there's loads of processes happening all the time simultaneously that are leading you to these thoughts. I am a, what's it called? There's a word for it, it's like organicist or something. Particular schools of thought. I am the school of thought in psychology that your existence is the biological, is brain body. That's you. I don't believe there's anything else. I think everything that happens in the brain is everything that's you. A materialist, yeah, that's me personally. I am also an orgasmist. X for doubt. But that's a different thing. Yeah, that's a different thing. Sorry, Spirit. Sorry. But yeah, I'm a materialist. I think the brain is you. So I don't think there's anything else. I think, you seeing relationships and transactional, or how you approach relationships, or who you bond with and why and what love is brain processes. But I think we don't know what the brain processes are, and I think it's way more complicated than we assume. Well, probably, actually, I think a lot of people assume that it's really complicated. A lot of people assume that we don't know the reason, which is why we have such wishy-washy theories like this. You know, there are whole things in psychology that I learned where it's like, okay, you have this behavior, let's say a delusion, and they'll come up with this chart of what happens while you're having the delusion. So the stuff that happens before, during, the triggers, etc. They have this flow chart of all of the neuroscientific things that are happening in the brain along this point, okay? And it's really specific. This part of the brain does this and this hormone, this chemical, etc., etc. So that's the stuff they know. That's the stuff they've studied, they've researched, and they've found. And then somewhere in the middle of the graph, there will just be this box that has a really vague name, like executive process. And one time in a lesson, I raised my hand and I said, what's the executive process right in the middle there? They don't know. They don't know. They know that this happens, and then at the end this happens, and something must happen in the middle. But they always label it something really specific. Be aware of very specific, very vague labels, because it probably doesn't mean anything. Oh, it's the thing that happens between this. Yes, but what is happening? We don't know. Every single time, literally every single thing. It's so funny. It's the Mariachi Center. Obviously, exactly. It's the domain function network. Wait, I think that is actually a thing. But it's a something function. It's the Julius Caesar Pompey battle Rome function. Right in the middle there. And then it ends in a bang. Sorry, did I say bang? I meant to say controller synthesizer process. What's the executive process? A giant question mark. Literally. The mozzarella stem governs this behavior. Sometimes. Does this always happen? No. When doesn't it happen? In these cases. So how come it doesn't happen in these cases? Don't know. But it's not that it's wrong, it's that we literally don't know yet. Because more research needs to be done. It's a mystery of the universe. No one knows. Do what my mum did when I asked her. When I was 5 years old, I asked my mum, how do you spell pterodactyl? And she was really tired and she didn't know. And she told me that no one knows. Just do what my mum does and say that no one knows if you don't know something. Mom, how do you spell pterodactyl? Nobody knows. It's a mystery. Okay. And I'm like, wow. Wow, maybe I can try and spell it and then they can use my spelling. But how will I know it's the right spelling? Clearly her daughter. Gaslight gatekeep girl boss. How would we know when the dinosaurs couldn't write? Exactly, it's a very good question. In doubt, gaslight your child. Oh no. If Parry had a parasocial relationship, you could call it parasocial. Yes. Yes. We did a parasocial stream. Wait, a parasocial? Fuck. We did a parasocial stream. And that joke was made many times. I think I had a counter for it. Do you remember that time we did a stream on denial? And I had a counter for every single time someone came in and put a not just a river in Egypt stream. It was a little counter. You got a little ding if someone came in and said river in Egypt. We got up to like 12 or something. It was exhausting. Absolutely exhausting. Anywho. The dinosaurs wrote notes on stone with lava ink. Well, of course. You haven't seen the lava ink dinosaur stone? With their little, they sign it at the bottom with their little paw prints. We never had that stream. Stop gaslighting me! They still do it, actually. They still do it, because I reminded my mum of that later. I was like, hey mum, do you remember that time I asked you how to spell pterodactyl and you said no one knows? And she said that didn't happen. But like fully, like if I said it now, if she's watching the stream, she would keep saying that. It's never happened. Sorry. All right. Got you twice. Is there a very common medicine that we still don't know how it works? Just that it does. Yeah, a lot of mental health medicines are like that. Don't know exactly why, but it does. And these are the side effects. We know what the side effects are. We don't know why it works, but it does, so take your pills. Shut up and take your meds, bitch. How much info have I hidden from my mother? When I was a teenager, like none. It was the day of talking about birth control. That was the day I stopped telling my mother everything. That was the day. Told you about this. You might remember this. That was a formative moment for me. It was a turning point. I was 16. And my mum gave me a lecture on different kinds of birth control. And the way she chose to do it was by telling me what didn't work. And the way that she knows that is because that's how you were born, and that's how your brother was born. One of us is the pull-out method, and one of us is calendars. Monitoring your calendar. I don't remember which one. Don't want to know. So you know that doesn't work. There you go. That was the day that I started telling my mum less things about my life. You must have been the calendar if you're younger. Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe I was. Oh, thank God I'm the calendar. Okay. Why am I doing this to myself? It's self-harm every single time I tell this story. It gives me a little kick of, oh, I feel alive, you know? If you're going through anything like that or having feelings, please call the number at the bottom of the screen. Thank you so much. Thought you were older. Do I give that impression? I'm smarter. So that might be why. More mature. The sad part is that I have a similar story that I won't share. You do not need to share. I'm so sad for you that you have a similar story. You're an accident too. Put a 1 in the chat if you're an accident. Yay! You're a calendar. What kind of zodiac sign is that? It's between June and July. Thank you, Grady. I appreciate that. That's so nice. I'm sorry you were struggling or have been. Welcome and thanks for saying. It's nice. You're a very happy accident. Yeah, but they have to say that, don't they? Though. I can't welcome in. Yeah, okay, most of us. I kind of believe that it's most kids. Not that that's a bad thing. I'm sure that everyone is a happy accident. I'm sure that they did want kids in general. Just the timing was a bit of a surprise. You know, I'm sure that's true. And some people, yeah, you were adopted. Damn, they really wanted you. Good job. A child was planned, but they didn't wish it was me. Oh my shit. Is that worse? I think that's worse. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. You're pretty cool though, I think. I don't know you that well, but you seem alright. I should check your chat history before I say that. I'm half an accident. They took no precautions, but accepted there'd likely be consequences. Right. So it was kind of a win-win of a situation, like me crossing a road. I need to stop making jokes like that. That's a Rick and Morty reference. I'm embracing the win-win. Guys, please call the number on the bottom of the screen. Please look after your mental health. There is nothing funny or cool about having thoughts like that. Thank you so much. Please watch out before it gets too bad. There you go. Pretty much so, embracing the win-win. Interesting. Okay. I was planned. That's nice. That's nice. I know someone who, very poor woman. She couldn't have a baby. Like, she would get pregnant sometimes and she'd have lots and lots of miscarriages. Poor thing. It happened like many, many times. And then sometimes she just couldn't get pregnant. It was just too hard. And they were trying for like 5, 6, 7, 8 years. And they tried IVF. And it didn't take. And then they tried it again a second time. And that's expensive. They tried it again a second time. And now she has a baby. GG, right? GG. Little baby born a few years ago. But, oh my god. And then she's talking about having another one. And I'm kind of thinking, babe, maybe you should, maybe you should stop there. But, but still. They really wanted a kid. So that's nice. I'm also the fourth in 5 years. So they really did accept the consequences. What are they, rabbits? I'm confused. Are they like anti-condom or something? Why not adopt? I thought that too. I think you kind of can get fixed on this dream, I think. And you can want to pursue the dream of having a biological little baby. Which I understand. I do not have such a dream. My plan is to not have kids at all until I get bored. And then adopt a teenager. By that point, I will be hopefully qualified as a psychiatrist or not a psychiatrist, as a psychologist. And I will help said teenager and go on world's strictest parents. Weekly drug tests! I wouldn't do that. But that's my dream. Why a teenager? Because I don't like kids. But teenagers you can talk to them. And they have, like, personalities. Children of psychiatrists are always so fucked up. Yes, but that's why you adopt a teenager, because they're already fucked up, you see? In different ways. So I can't fuck them up more. Okay, that sounds really bad, but that's genuinely my theory. I think overall I'd still be a help. Challenge accepted. Except you can, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I'll do a little, like, wellness check when I get to this point. When I'm bored and 50-something years old and I decide, okay, it's time to start adopting babies now, I'll do a little wellness check. I'll go to therapy and I'll figure out if I should, based on how good of a parent I'll be. I'll do my due diligence. Don't worry. You can't fuck them up more, but you can give it a good try. You could fuck them up differently. I don't want kids. I would rather spend the money on myself. Valid. Your money. Go for it. Mom, why did you choose me? You are the most fucked up of them all. Yeah. Why would you do this? I'd rather be back at the home. I only had 1 year left. I'm 17. Stop drug testing me. When a teacher comes thanking you for adopting them, a teenager comes thanking you for adopting them, could be better than a cat. I think it would be very different to a cat. Yes, it would be a human being and you'd be able to provide a home and some safety and some help. And it would be like having kids without having kids. Or you would be having kids, but you know, without the baby part of it all. You could be a foster parent. True. Are you sleeping, Bolo? Yes. He's lying on his side like a dead cow. Sometimes he lies on his back and falls asleep with his paws in the air. He's completely out. What's he dreaming about? Little blurry void. Anyway. Oh, I thought I saw him move. It was me. Okay. Anyway. So, transactional relationships. If the thing that you want from a relationship is a physical, tangible thing, like skills, money, sex, followers, connections, things to do, he runs a zoo, for example, then you can kind of see that the relationship is transactional, and therefore that's pretty scummy behavior. I think we can all agree. But sometimes it's not clear. Sometimes it's not clear what the rewards are. What if the rewards are followers? Yeah, I'm just speaking from my career perspective. But let's say the rewards aren't so easy to point out. What if it's things like someone to hang out with? Companionship. Oh, there he goes. Companionship. Or comfort. What other things do you get from a relationship that's not necessarily like the transaction of it all, but everything I learned about relationships is from GTA Vice City hookers. Oh, don't know if that's completely accurate true to life, but you go off. Who the fuck is going out there handing out follows for friendship? Be friends with me and I'll follow back. Confidence, yeah. Validation, which will give you self-esteem and confidence. Good one. Emotional stimulus. Feel again. Maybe you just love and you want to be in love. Or you love friends and just want to have friends. Maybe you need someone to talk to. So I guess that's comfort. But yeah, so basically, if you say the rewards are those kinds of things, then you can kind of see how people could interpret that every relationship is transactional. Because you want friends, you make friends for those things. And then you expect them back. And if you don't get them back, if the costs and the rewards balance is way off over a long enough period of time, then you might not want to be friends with them anymore. So you can see the argument why people say all relationships are transactional. Now, I don't think they are. Everything is transactional with this kind of viewpoint though. Exactly. I don't think they are. Because I don't think this is always the intention. Sometimes you make friends just because you bump into someone and you like them. And there's no intention behind it, you just like them. You want to hang out with them because they're fun. And then maybe you could say, okay, what you're getting out of there then is fun with someone. But then, as you say, everything is transactional then. And it's kind of, it doesn't matter. If literally every single thing is transactional and everyone, and in this world you have good intentions and you just like people and you just like, you know, you just like hanging out with people, that's not a bad thing. And therefore the statement, the loaded statement of all relationships are transactional is insignificant. It doesn't matter. It's like saying, I can't think of a analogy. I can't think of an analogy. Humans are parasites. All they do is take up resources. But everything does. Everything that's living, plants, etc., they all do too, and therefore it doesn't matter. The loaded statement of humans take up resources, aka I hate humans, aka humanity sucks, aka what's the point of existing, is wrong and doesn't matter, because using resources is what being alive is. Same sort of thing. Woo! Go parasites! Yay! It does kind of feel like a rather sociopathic way of describing relationships. Yes, indeed. So sociopathy, or ASPD, is empathy. It's an empathy disorder. And some people who do have empathy problems, they struggle to make friends, or they struggle to want to make friends, or they don't care about other people. Sometimes they have no empathy for other people, and they don't care about the people that they're friends with, and therefore the only reason they would have them is for furthering other goals. And sometimes those goals can be companionship, right? But a lot of the times the goals are, they have something, they have other friends, it will look good if I have them. If I don't have friends, people will think I'm weird. Or it will be, they can take me places, they can, they're cool, they're famous, whatever it is, right? And that's very transactional. So transactional relationships in that way, I would probably limit transactional relationships to these things. If I was defining transactional relationships, I would limit it to concrete stuff. And I think the most important thing is the intention. If you go in with, you're going to comfort me when I'm crying, in return I'll also do it for you, then that's transactional. But if you go in with, I just like this person, I just want to get close to them, and then they naturally comfort you when you're crying, and you comfort them back because you like each other, that's not transactional. Because transaction, it removes the third really important thing. And the third really important thing that's in all relationships, or all good relationships, is, I'm going to use the word love, but I mean any sort of liking for other people. So in friendship too, you do love your friends, right? That is a crucial third thing that kind of is ignored here. You don't get comfort, give comfort. You give comfort because you love them, right? And they give it back because they love you. It's this third thing that is completely ignored when you think about transactional relationships. So only some relationships are indeed transactional, not all of them. There's my argument. You love them because, but not always because what they can do for you. Usually all their, that's a good point. I need a new MS Paint slide. What is love? Now, I don't know, I haven't looked it up specifically, but based on what I know, let's find out. I would argue love is a lot of things. Oh Lord. Love is a lot of things. Hold on, I need to do something for this, obviously. Okay, what is love? Again, not really sure, but here's what I would assume. It's a combination of lots and lots of different things that has happened to you. So basically, it is a combination of environmental stuff. So childhood experiences, all of these things, right? And what they can do is when you see someone, when you find someone, they can remind you of something that has a big emotion based on the stuff that happens for your amygdala and your hippocampus, parts of your brain, right? So you'll meet people that remind you of other people that you've met. They'll remind you of other relationships. They'll remind you of things, memories that feel really good. And so when you see their little face hole, here's their face. When you see their face, you'll be like, remember that time when I was a kid and I, had a really good day on, let's say, the beach? You know? And then you associate that feeling of happiness and joy with that person. And then you see them and you're like, you make me happy. Or there are just parts of them that you appreciate. Again, why do you appreciate them? Because of other relationships that you've had, your personality, their personality, what you associate with it, etc., 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 what you see as fun. Maybe they have lots of virtues. They are funny. They are nice. They are, you can tell, I always put funny first. You can tell that's the most important thing to me. It shouldn't be. Nice is the most important thing. funny is the thing I look for first. Anyway, oops. They're funny, or they're nice, or they're good at stuff, and you find that impressive. You know, funny trumps nice. I think nice is just, it's a prerequisite. You can have all these amazing traits. If you're not nice, it doesn't matter. Throw you in the bin. You need to be nice. Otherwise, nothing else matters. Fuck you. Prerequisite is what nice is. You can be the best person in the world. Doesn't matter. I look for nice people. For nice. Exactly. Which everyone does. So there can be virtues. And then when you see those virtues, you can be like, I want to hang out with this person. Maybe because you can learn them. Maybe you want to be, there's learning. Maybe you want to be around them to learn those virtues. Maybe you want to be around them just because those virtues make you happy. Again, the beach. It reminds you of the beach. Etc, etc, etc. Now, there are other things. There's also chemical things. So if you're talking romantic love, but not even romantic love. Let's say you have a shared experience. So not a childhood experience that creates an emotional memory, but a shared experience which makes a bond. So that this is still a memory as well, because you've survived this thing together and you remember them being there and you associate them with your comfort and with your safety. Sometimes when you have a shared experience, it doesn't always make you bonded. Sometimes it does the opposite. Hi, Snazzy. Sometimes it does the opposite. Sometimes you then associate that person with the bad thing that happened and you can't look at them anymore. It's a misunderstanding to say that trauma bonding is always. It's not. It goes different ways depending on their involvement, depending on the bond that you formed during that time. You know, if they were just another person over there, but it depends, you know, and other things like that. But yes, let's say you've been through something together. It doesn't have to be trauma. It can be anything that creates a bond. Maybe they've been there for you in a time where you were quite low, and that creates bonds. What are bonds? Again, memories, etc. But also, they can be hormones. They can be neurotransmitters. The one that we usually associate, but there's loads with love is oxytocin. Oxytocin literally bonds you to someone. It's the little chemical in your brain that goes, this person's good for you. You should trust them. You should hang out more. This person's going to help your tribe and bring you meat and wood logs. It's like dopamine, basically. Dopamine is another chemical that basically tells you when you've done something good and you should do it more. Like you eat some food and it goes, food is good for your body. Hey, you should do that more. You should eat regularly. Yeah. That's dopamine. Oxytocin is the same sort of thing, but for people, for social people. It's like that person's good for your well-being. Hang out with them, trust them, love them. You know? And then, of course, you've got attraction. And attraction is more complicated. Oh, it's not more complicated, but it's complicated. It's got a bunch of different things on it. Again, it's all about association from your previous experience. It's about, like, other things. It's about different hormones and chemicals that are released when you look at someone, or when you kiss someone, they become more attractive to you. It's about what you view as a good partner. Everyone has a different type based on association. Very little of it is evolutionary, I think. There are some things, like what we see as attractive features. There's some things there that could be evolutionary, like symmetry stuff, you know. Very few of it nowadays is actually evolutionary. And people will be like, well, girls like tall guys. We like to, in general, tall is seen as attractive for men because of all of the people we see on media. All of the celebrities are tall. But they're not that big of a type anymore because what we see in media is changing. So a lot of women like short guys. A lot of women don't care either way. Tom Cruise is short, yes, but in movies he's made to look tall. Have you not noticed? The angles. He wears stilts. Not stilts, but like heels. So. And again, this is all in general. So there's a lot of beauty standards that keep turning around and moving around. Yeah. Girls were fascinated by tall boys since kindergarten. Well, they're probably fascinated by tall people because it's like, whoa. You know, I don't think anyone in kindergarten has attraction to anyone or adults. If you think that they do, that worries me. Put them on a list, please. What do you mean? Not true. Not true. Thank you, Thin Ice. Scary. Tall people give uppies. Yeah. Everyone is fascinated by tall people when you're like 1 foot nothing. Because it's like, what the fuck? You know? I was joking, but as puberty hit them, they chose tall boys. Who? Who is they? Every single woman chooses a tall boy. You're wrong. That is incorrect. Uppies! They! The big, massive they. Wow. I think in general, in this country at least, tall is seen as an attractive trait in general. Stereotypically. But a lot of people don't care, and a lot of people are actively attracted to short boys. Short kings. Hell, I'm 29 and still want uppies. Yeah. Also, same thing for women. Same sort of thing. Short is seen as generally a standard. Not really, actually. It's a type. It's a type. And this is true for literally everything. Some people like brown hair. Some people like blonde hair. Some people like round people. Some people like line people. Some people like curvy girls and muscle daddies and muscle girls and curvy boys. And it's all just like whatever, you know? Very little of it is actually evolutionary psychology. Very, very little. There are some things. Very little. I'm 5'7" and attracted to tall women. You get that snoo, Sully. Sorry. It's inappropriate. That's inappropriate. You go. Yeah. I like girls the same height as me. Totally. Go off. Similar height is best for logistical reasons. How would you know? Sorry. Good punching technique so she fights penguins adequately. Very important. Very important. Every single time. Exactly. First study on Google, women want taller men. Well, if it's the first study on Google, then I must be wrong. Women want taller men more than men want shorter women. Yeah. Doesn't that make sense? Because of stereotypes and beauty standards in media? Most, if not all, not all. Most boys or like relationships are presented with taller men. And most boys in media and celebrities and stuff are taller. Therefore, you look at them and it literally tells you, it shows you tall person and says hot. Whereas it's been a bit more round and round with women. So back in the 50s, tall women were really hot. Now short women are quite hot because you've got like your goth girls and your oh, what's her name? She's in Beetlejuice and stuff like that. Isn't it evolutionary? Not really. Not anymore. No. So there are arguments, there are theories that like a man being tall means he can protect you. But that doesn't really apply anymore. And you can't prove that. So you can pretty much throw it away. Jenna Ortega, that's the one, yeah. Oh, Winona Ryder, yeah. True. So with women, it's been a little bit here and there, floopy, like changing standards. So it makes sense that less guys think about height as a factor in attraction. Oh, and again, we're assuming heterosexual relationships here. We're only really talking about that when there's lots of different kinds of relationships. So it's probably totally different there. What's he gonna protect me from? The top shelf? Literally. Like, that's literally it. And there are some things that are, I'm not saying none of attraction is evolutionary. There are some things that are. So you've got the symmetry thing. That's evolutionary. There's something about smell. Not pheromones. Pheromones in humans haven't been proven, but there's something about smell. And different things like that, but that's probably still association. I don't know. Well, if you smell bad, that's evolutionary. Because you're dangerous and you're gonna be bad for me because you carry disease. You know, that's evolutionary. Symmetry, again, is about good genes. That's evolutionary. There's a couple more things, but I'm not sure. Being muscular, or like at least fit, is evolutionary. But again, people have different types now. People prefer, like, that it doesn't apply as much. What about the gays, though? I don't know about the gays. Do we have any gays? What about the gays in your experience? Is it that much different, or is it kind of all same? The armpit smell is a turn on sometimes. Yeah, I've noticed that. Yeah, because again, we have different associations. So if it's like a good kind of sweat smell, ew, you can have associations with exercise or sexy times and things like that. So sometimes it's not a bad thing, but sometimes if it's like you smell like dirt, or if it's odor that has been around for a while and you can tell because it's different. Then your brain goes, warning, warning, disease, disease, disease. Oh yes, youth because of childbearing. But actually, that might be an evolutionary thing, youth, kind of. I don't think that's true, actually. I think it's because, again, of media and what we've been shown. Like makeup. Wearing makeup, right? And celebrities and stuff. So women, often when you look at girls who are presented in the media, they have flawless skin because they're covered in foundation. Not a bad thing, as am I wearing foundation. But you see what I mean? They have flawless skin, they cover up their under eyes, they make their eyes bigger so they look younger, etc, etc, etc. So pretty much most people that you see in social media and all the celebrities that get the roles, they are younger looking women. Whereas again, like with height for women, for boys in social media, the age thing is a bit more floopy whoopy. Sometimes the salt and pepper sexy stud is the guy who's presented as the hot one, like Keanu Reeves. You see? It's becoming normalized for men to wear makeup in Korea. Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, there's a whole thing. So exactly, all of this will change. As beauty standards change, everything will change. Attraction will change. Very little of it is evolutionary because none of it matters anymore. And so don't listen to the podcast boys. Please don't listen to the podcast boys. Can I tell you what the podcast boys are not? Psychologists? Biologists? They're not. They're all reading the same study and going, this must be true, and then telling everyone on their podcast. They are not scientists. They do not know. They are not reputable at all. So thank you. Please just, if you want like dating advice or whatever, don't listen to people who are A, single, not by choice, and B, no one has crushes on them. Okay, do you know who does have a crush on? Keanu Reeves, Jack Black, Tom Holland. Do those people have the same mentality and philosophy as podcast boys? No, starkly different. Starkly different. Keanu Reeves dates women his age and for long term. Ryan Reynolds, exactly. So listen to the people who actually are in relationships and women actually like them. Don't listen to the people who tell you women like them when there's no evidence to back that up. Don't be a fool. Don't get roped in to their nonsense. Oh yeah, and then people say, oh well, it's because they're famous and rich. Okay, find real people then. Find your married neighbors. Ask them. It's really interesting how once people gain any form of platform, half of them become stupid with what they say. I have a theory about this. I think it's on purpose. So basically, the way to get a following or the way to get any kind of fame whatsoever is to be on the fringe of something. You have to be different and you have to be on the fringe. So you can do that through cool tech projects. You can do that through being super amazing and super nice and charitable. Mr. Beast was the brand, at least. A bit controversial now, but that was the brand. It was extreme philanthropy. Weird tech projects. So that's I did a thing. You know, cool new stuff. And then you've got people who just say awful stuff. Because they're still on the fringe. It's a big circle of the fringe. In the circle. Okay? Here is what's acceptable. This is the norms. This is what most people think and know and like. And then outside here, right, is a little graph of what's not the norm. And then along this axis is suckability, saying the worst stuff. And then on this axis is, I guess, newness. And then basically, the further out you are, the more attention you'll get. But then again, if you go too far, everyone hates you and you go to prison, I suppose. But with social media now, it's pretty hard to go too far because there'll always be someone who agrees with you. I think we've got a few examples of that. So there it is. And so basically the best place to be is on the fringe. That's what I mean by fringe. The best place to be is just peeking out a little bit. So you get all of the attention and all of the viewership and audience of most people. But then also you get the attention because if someone's over here, people will be like, that's boring. You want to be on the fringe. You want me to just dip in your toes into normal. And that's why you get people who do really cool, really lovely So not innovative, but lots of charity, for example. Super nice. Less suckability. But then you've also got people over here. And that's your podcast boys, who will say the bad thing because it gets attention. And doing the bad thing is much easier and less expensive than doing the good thing. So I think that's why there are so many people who suck saying things. I actually have friends. I have friends personally. They're not my friends. I know people personally who they don't actually believe half of what they say. They've told me this. They go on podcasts and they go on their TikTok and they say shit like they think women are worse than men. And they don't actually believe that. They've told me that they don't believe that. They say on a podcast they're anti-vax. They're not anti-vax. But they do that because it gets clicks and views. It's all a ploy. Everyone's manipulating you. You know people like that? Of course I do. If I ran out of options in life... Wait, where are you in this graph? Yeah, if you run out of options in life, you can just start a podcast, say something awful, rage bait people into clicking you. Yeah, easy. Where am I on this graph? So I don't know where I am. I'm trying to be. Let's get all of the things off it. Wait, I can just... That's easier. So I don't know where I am. I'm trying to be here. Somewhere between new and suckable, not suckable. Nice and new. Tech boy. That's where I'm trying to be. Because I think that's the coolest place and nicest place to be. I'm probably somewhere here, if we're being honest. We're giving it a go. But we move. We move. It's a process. It's a journey. You're doing a good job. Thank you. Is suckable negative? Yeah, it's how much you suck. As a person. Where's Mr. Beast? Hard to say now. I think his brand is here. Very nice, but old concepts, like just giving money to people, being nice to people, etc. But then he started going more game shows, so I guess he's moving this way. But then there's all this controversy, so I guess he's moving this way too, but who knows? Who knows? What's your favorite TV show or sitcom from the 90s? That's very specific, Ahmed. Is Buffy from the 90s? Because then Buffy. The EEG is new. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. It is from the 90s. There you go. Buffy the Vampire Slayer. That's my favorite show of all time ever. I stand by it. Charmed was great. Charmed was good. I couldn't really get into it. I think the first season is quite slow. Mr. Beast is in a chat room talking with a kid. Wait, what? I don't think that's true. The shit be like the standby screen with the logo moving. Lol. Yeah, true. True. Buffy was great. And Angel was good too. I could argue that Angel was an even better show, but it didn't quite... Spoilies. Not really. I don't think it had the same satisfaction as Buffy. Buffy ended well. Hi, Eisen. Welcome in. How are you doing? Okay. What's your favorite sitcom / TV show from the 90s, chat? Okay. So that's that. So I think that's why there are so many, like, podcast votes. But anyway, generally speaking, that's what love is. If you can't read that, watch the VOD. In general. So therefore, your question, because we're talking about friendships, are all friendships transactional? And I said, just to summarize for everyone who's coming in now, I said, if it's for something tangible, like connections, skills, followers, and that's your intention, you're with them for that, and they will give it back to you and they like maybe even know about it, then it's transactional. Similarly, if you go in with, I want this relationship so that they comfort me and I guess I'll do it back, that's transactional too, I think. This is all just my opinion. But I don't think all relationships are transactional, because by saying they're transactional, they get rid of the third thing, which is actually just loving someone. If you just want to do the comfort thing, you want to comfort them because you love them, and then you happen to get it back because they love you, that's not transactional. That's just something that evolves naturally. I think it's about intention. But then you guys said very shrewdly, but what is love though? But what is actually love? Do you love someone just because they give you good memories, or they remind you of good stuff, or maybe it's because there's oxytocin in your brain and they give you that oxytocin and then you're like, yeah, cool, amazing. Maybe you just want to learn the skills that they have. You like them, you want to be more like them, so you go closer to them. Maybe that's what it is. My argument is I'm pretty sure this is a lot of this is very subconscious. And I think the transactional thing is about intention. And if something is happening subconsciously, it can't necessarily be your active intention. That's my argument. You might disagree. That's valid. Because it's all theory anyway. You may theorize differently. Transactional relationships are like imbalanced mentalization. This person only loves me if I get X back. Hey, maybe that might be a thing too. Yeah. It might be actually by thinking. Yeah, the sort of people that would 100% think all relationships are transactional and therefore that's a bad thing and therefore love isn't worth it. Or friendships aren't worth it or whatever it is. Right? That sort of mindset might be because you're desperately trying to find your role in place and you probably have a bit of low self-esteem. Maybe. You can't believe that anyone would just love you for you, because why? Therefore, you must be offering them something, and therefore, okay, what can I get from them? There are some celebrities that are super paranoid about stuff like that. You only want me because I'm famous. You only want me for my money. Sometimes they're right though, so yikes. There's a song about that. There's a water park song about it. Any opportunity to play water parks, I'm doing it. This song is called I Miss Having Sex, but at least I don't want to die. And it's literally about this. The first verse gives it away. About a girl. I'm sick of all this. How'd you get your band name? Is that your real first name? Can you text and can you follow back? Cause it's my birthday. No one cares what I want, just what I've got. Count it up, it's really not a lot. So when are you gonna sing for me? When are you gonna drink for me? I don't know, I don't know. And when are you gonna sing for me? Ruining me completely, it's true. Ooh, ooh. But at least I don't want to die anymore, and I think that's pretty cool. That's what the song's about. It's relevant. It's relevant to the stream. Wait, these girls that maybe really like me, because I don't trust exciting. Anyway, sorry. I can't help but sing along to that. Also, the reason I'm singing along is not just to be annoying. It's so I don't get DMCA'd. That's why I was singing along. I mean, I would have done anyway, but that was the reason, just so you know. He's definitely doing it wrong. It's transformative, exactly. Or my voice is just different enough that it covers it a little. See you soon, Justin. Thank you so much for coming by. I appreciate that. I always assumed the song was about going on antidepressants. Maybe? I didn't pick that up at all. But that could just be me not picking it up. That's interesting. It could be a regular karaoke strong. But, I don't know if it's too fast. His voice is too low. I don't know. Guys, we're running out of time. Okay, what did we get to? Oh, there's so many other theories. But I want to give you, the stream is called How to Make Friends. So this is just, are friends transactional? What are rewards? What are costs? Are people looking for more rewards from you, etc., etc.? What are the different kinds of friends? This is a scale of empathy or intimacy with someone. So acquaintances, casual, close, and best. And then you've got childhood friends, mentor, mentees, transactional, one-sided, parasocial, and frenemies. Whatever. You can for most of those, you can figure out what that means. We don't have time, but there's loads of other theories about what other people want, and we'll get to that. But let's do it from the perspective, instead of just me telling you, let's do it from the perspective of advice. Not that I'm allowed to give you advice. I'm not allowed to give you advice. It's not advice. It's not advice. Exclamation mark asterisk. But this is how to make friends according to the psychology. Again, blind leading the blind. I'm very bad at this. So there it goes. Okay. So Aristotle if you will. He believed that there are 3 types of things that people might be wanting from you. They might be wanting you for utility, which is actually the thing that we were just talking about being paranoid about. So you have a purpose, you do some stuff. Pleasure, right? This is actually about 3 different kinds of relationships, but it's the same sort of thing, right? What people want you for. Utility, pleasure, aka, if it's romantic, then obviously, but it could just be you have stuff in common and you hang out a lot and they take you to concerts and it's like, woo, we enjoy this together and we're bouncing off each other, our energy. Or you virtue, and this is they just like you. You have things in common and they like you. You're nice, you're funny, you're good at something, you're smart, whatever it is. And so these are the reasons why someone might want to be friends, according to Aristotle. Exactly, Toad. Chipotle Aristotle. How did you know? Exactly. These are the 3 reasons, according to him, that someone might want to be friends with you. So bear that in mind. But there are loads of other things. So there's traits that you can have. If we go social exchange, like the theory we just talked about, there's reciprocity. Do you do things back for people? When they do you a favor, do you give it back? That could be a way that people like you. Reciprocity. Okay. Then you've got a relational cultural theory is what it's called. Relational cultural, which basically means that people will make friends if you empower them. Empower. If you display empathy and they can give it back, you allow them to give it back. See, that's the thing that a lot of us don't do, I imagine. We have empathy for other people. We help them out. We love them. But we don't always allow them to give it back. We're not vulnerable with them. We don't talk to them. Vulnerable's another one on the relational cultural theory, actually. We don't allow, we're not vulnerable with them. We don't allow them to help us. And therefore, even though it's cool, we're doing the thing that they like, and it feels like, oh, that's another that's another thing that challenges the social exchange theory. Social exchange theory. They say the reward of a benefit, the benefit of a relationship, is getting comfort and getting stuff and support from that other person, and a cost is giving it. And therefore, if your costs outweigh your rewards, people don't want to be with you anymore. That is not true. People love giving comfort. When you give comfort to someone, when you support them and they're vulnerable with you, you feel closer to you, have that bond, you empathize more with that situation, it reminds you of your own things, your brain produces oxytocin, all of that stuff happens, right? So it lays a foundation. If you're vulnerable with people and let them help you, you are way more likely to develop a much closer bond quicker than if you're just give. People need to feel like they know you. Otherwise, you're not going to commit to them. So there's the triangular theory as well. To be in a good relationship, you need passion, aka you bounce off each other, you have the same energy. You need, you have energy that complements, or you like the same things, mutual shared interests. You need intimacy. Do you actually know each other? Do you get on? Do you trust each other? Are you vulnerable? Do you help each other out? And you need commitment. And it's impossible to commit to someone if you don't know them. So there are some people that really struggle making friends, even though they're the most lovely person ever, because they're the most lovely person ever. They are always happy. They only say nice things. They never let you look after them because they don't want to be a burden. They're lovely all the time about everything, and then therefore it's impossible to commit to them because you don't know them. Communication. How to feel free to be vulnerable with someone. I think practice a support system. You don't want too much to rely on that person. If you feel very in your head of that, this can't go wrong. Basically, never gamble with something you're not willing to lose. But to be in a good, healthy relationship, you need to be vulnerable, which is a form of gambling, I suppose. You could see it like that. Right? You could see it like that. And therefore, make it so that you're willing to lose them, I guess. Through other support systems, through self-esteem, self-validation. And there's ways to do it. Yeah. You can see deleted messages. Do you have that? I think it's like a thing. It's like a extension, right? The way to get commitment from someone is to be a burden. No, I mean, it's reciprocal. So you're there for them, they're there for you. You know, it's not, I try not to be a leech, But there are going to be times in a friendship or in a relationship where you're going to need them. And for that period of time, it might be imbalanced, but that's okay, so long as it's balanced overall. And that's the part of the social exchange theory that I do actually agree with. But it's all theory, it's all opinion, who knows. And then you've also got authenticity. So that's basically these things come hand in hand. You have to be real, so they know you, so they can commit to you. And people can tell when you're not being real. And there's also something called relational resilience. So resilience is a word that's used in a lot of different psychological concepts. Hi, Colin. It's used in a lot. So you've got emotional resilience, which is basically how well you can bounce back from criticism or bad days or bad moods and things like that. It's emotional resilience. How well can you get over something that's happened to you? How quickly, how healthily can you process emotions? But there's also relational resilience. So how well can, one, your relationship bounce back? Do you conflict manage well? Do you have open, honest conversations? Have you got to that point where you've committed to each other enough that your relationship itself has resilience? But then also, do you yourself have relational resilience? As in, if something does go wrong, you don't break down. People withdraw. I think that's the main thing. People tend to withdraw. Something goes wrong, there's a sign that they might not like you, they don't reply straight away. And instead of thinking, oh, they might just be busy, you think, I've done something, they hate me, and then you withdraw and you don't talk to them. It's not good relational resilience. That actually brings me to attachment theory. So these are a few things that you can do to make people like and bond with you. What friendships are, you always start off as an acquaintance. And then basically you just continuously interact with each other. Familiarity, but I've talked about familiarity too much. Being there makes people like you more, literally. You like what you're familiar with. It's safety, it's comfort. You've done all of the red flag checking already in your brain. Your survival instincts have been satiated. Your brain's like, cool, they're safe. Anyway, so you're familiar with them. You see them a lot. And then gradually you empathize with their situation. You talk to them more. You open up. You're vulnerable. You're authentic. You share a lot about this stuff. You have shared experiences, which encourage bonding. And then they will, or you will like, keep going. Oh, is there something I have to talk about? Bio, you've just contradicted yourself. Okay, that's the only thing. So the first message is girls are emotional. If she feels empathetic, she might mean it for that emotion. So everyone is emotional. Everyone is evenly emotional. People can display it in different ways, not because of their genders necessarily, but because of the way that we've been taught it's okay to. It's all, what's the word? Conditioning, basically. So you might think girls are more emotional because they're more willing to cry in general, but it's not true, and it's not true for everyone. Anyway, everyone's emotional. Girls are emotional. If she feels empathetic, she might mean it for that moment. Like when a girl says they love you, but then they hate you later. They mean it in the moment. So what you're describing is someone changing their mind about you specifically. I'm sorry that happened to you. And then your next message is, you're disagreeing that was sexist because you were stating girls are XYZ without stating the evidence. Yes. Yes. You've defined sexism. Well, there's other definitions too, but that's one of them. It's proven that they have a different corpus callosum. Okay, so let's have a little talk about the corpus callosum, shall we? First of all, is it proven? Let's just go ahead and fact check that one real quick. Let's just go ahead and fact check that. Meanwhile, let me talk to you about the corpus callosum, because I don't think you know what that means. I'm just going to go ahead and assume you don't know what that means. Let them see in the brain ball! Woo! Exactly. Yeah, being banned, you can still watch the stream. You just can't chat, lol. Okay. So, the corpus callosum. Corpus. Oh, it's doing the thing. It's loading in, basically. Let me just wait for it. Yeah. So, first of all, there is no evidence. You're wrong. women and men do not have different corpus callosums. There was research in the 80s and 90s that suggested women might have a slightly bigger one compared to average brain size, right? So it was a proportional difference. But there are new findings now. There is no evidence whatsoever. Now let's talk about what the corpus callosum is if you were actually right, which you're not. There's no evidence, so. This is why if someone states something without stating the evidence, yes, that's bad. Because they're wrong. All right, not always. I don't always have evidence off the top of my head, right? Oh, the corpus callosum. Wait, I think this is broken. Okay, there she is. It's a little bit right in the middle. For this particular thing, it's undefined. But in generally, the corpus callosum, I believe, I should fact check this too. Neuroscience isn't necessarily my area. It's to do with the communication more than anything, I believe. It looks like a hot dog. It does, doesn't it? It's to do with communication. So as it's right in the middle there, it does a lot of talking between different parts of the brain, right? It's a very demure part of the brain, very mindful. Exactly. It's communication between the left and right hemispheres is what it's good at. So therefore, if you have a bigger corpus callosum, which is what the evidence was, by the way. It's what the evidence was in the 80s and 90s. Previously disproven. Now there's no difference whatsoever. There's no evidence that there is a difference. But what the evidence was in the 80s was that women had a bigger one. What that means is that they would have better connection between the left and right hemispheres. That doesn't mean more emotional. That means better cognitive abilities. Visual and spatial information gets integrated with logic much better. Enhanced multitasking. Better cooperation is what that would mean. Verbal fluency, better at speaking. Now again, there is no difference. Women don't have a bigger one. We're all the same, buddy. But if they did, it's not about emotions, it's about cognitive abilities. They would be better at stuff. So, first of all, shut up. Second of all, shut up. You're saying bigger equals better? Parts of the brain, sometimes, proportionally to the rest of the brain. Not always, sometimes. So there's no evidence that bigger brains in general means anything. But if you have an overactive part of your brain, those parts of your brain tend to be bigger. Relative to the rest of the brain, if that makes sense. And if that part of your brain is underactive or doesn't function properly, it tends to be smaller. Yeah. So there you go. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now leave. Okay, cool. What was I saying? I do love a fact check. I really do. Every now and then. Cooked him. You come into a neuroscience stream and you tell me bad neuroscience. What do you expect to happen? By the way, you are allowed to get things wrong so long as you're not being a dick. You're allowed to get things wrong so long as you don't do one of the isms or phobias. Thank you. You can say stuff. It's not a bad thing. I'm wrong all the time. I'm not wrong about this. Okay. Where did we get to though? I was talking about something. Oh yes. Okay. So, how you make friends. These are an accumulation that I found of lots and lots of different theories as to why people form friends. And these are an accumulation of a lot of the different things they said would be a reason why someone would like you, basically. Savagron, thanks for the prime. So it's about utility is one thing. This is a bum you out one people might find. But there's also they like you because you match their energy, so that's a pleasure thing. You have things in common. They like your virtues. Are you nice? Are you funny? Are you smart? Do you have the same politics, for example, etc.? But you're also reciprocating things. If they do something for you, you do something back. You empower them. You build them up. Yes, girlfriend. Let's go. You have empathy for them, you help them, you support them, you're vulnerable too, and you let them support you back. Reciprocity goes both ways, very important for bonding and oxytocin. And you have emotional resilience. You do conflict well, you communicate well, and your relationship therefore can bounce back. And pretty much, I mean, it depends on what it is, of course, but usually when you have normal little conflicts within friendships, when you deal with it together, it tends to be stronger afterwards. It tends to be more realistic, and authenticity is really important. You have a better idea of that person. You have a better idea of where you stand. And your resilience grows with practice. Not always. If she sleeps with my boyfriend, then that's pretty much donezo. We can't come back from that, baby chica. But And if we do, I don't trust you anymore, ever. But like, you know, within reason. Anywho. So, that brings me on to attachment theories. Not this. I was going to show you this. I might just show you this. This is bad attachment. I don't know what kind of attachment this is, but this is bad attachment. They dress the same. They do everything together. Mother-daughter, rather. They also have, she has other daughters. Interestingly. And there's another one where there are triplets who also, even as adults, they do everything together. They're exactly the same. They do everything together. They dress the same. We did a stream on a pair of twins that are like this as well. Now, a lot of this is reinforcement socially because they've gotten praise for this. Or they've gotten attention, and that could be they've gotten attention and praise while they were kids. A lot of twins do. It's like you're a package deal. This is your identity. Identity is very important. And they've gotten like a, oh my god, you're twins, you're triplets. So it's reinforcement of being this package equals good, equals people like you. So that's probably what's happened a lot of the time. And with the mother and daughter and stuff as well. And it's a lot of comfort. You don't want to let someone go. They're part of your identity. They're safe. They're comfort. And this kind of spirals out of control. If you're insecure in other ways, or if you struggle making other sorts of relationships, there could be a sense of mutual dependency and stuff like that. Overactive empathy, potentially, or overactive oxytocin, too much oxytocin, too much empathy, mirror neurons popping off too much, getting wrapped up in something else. That's called enmeshment, when you're totally wrapped up in someone else. Anyway. But what I do want to talk to you about is attachment theory. Now, we've already talked about this a lot. Shit, I have to be somewhere. Not yet. But I should know when to leave. Where? When? Please. Okay, cool. Not for ages yet, but still. But attachment. You might see a bunch of different stuff like this. Take it with a pinch of salt. Because the studies on attachment and different attachment styles and different attachment theories, the studies are based on babies. They're based on toddlers. Parenting was the original thing, parenting and kids. And there are ways you can use attachment to predict future stuff, but it's very, very vague, not super proven. But attachment styles are still really cool because it can help you understand yourself a little bit. It's a cool framework. So just bear that in mind. But anyway, the Bowlby study, which I've shown you so many times, but it's just so, like, it's just a basis for everything. The Bowlby study goes like this. They basically got a bunch of kids in a room, or one kid in a room at a time. And what they did is they were with the mother. Primary caregiver is who this is for, but this was like the 70s or something, so mother. But anyway, they put the mother in the room with the baby. They were playing. Then the mother leaves the baby alone. They watch how the baby reacts. Then the mother comes back. And that's the important part. How does the baby react once the mother comes back? So all of the kids cry. All of the kids are super stressed out when the mother leaves. All of them. But it's when the mother comes back that different kids react differently. And that's attachment style. And a lot that we've learned from that can be kind of thought of in how we deal with relationships now. Again, in a sort of wishy-washy way, but still. Will is giving us a lovely little reenactment. Exactly. So there are 3 different kinds. Well, there's 4 different kinds. Well, there's whatever. But basically, if the mother comes back and the baby's like, cool, you're back, I'm happy now. Cuddle, cuddle, okay, I'm fine again. Secure. These are the little bitches that are fine. They are fine. These are the dickheads, okay, that grow up and they have no issue. They trust people, they love people, they're just fine. The bastards. Okay? But if the mother comes back and the baby's like, I don't trust you, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I'm going to keep crying. You're going to pick me up and comfort me, but I'm not interested. I don't trust you. You left me. You abandoned me. That's called avoidant. Insecure avoidant. These are the bitches that are terrified of love. Because love leaves. Then, if the mother comes back and the baby's like, let me change the picture so you can see the baby. If the mother comes back and the baby's like, keeps crying, keeps crying and is desperate and is like clutching on to the mother, but isn't settled down. So they still like the mother. They're not, I don't want to talk to you anymore. They still like the mother. They still want the mother, but they're crying and they can't fucking deal with it. That is an anxious attachment. These are the bitches that grow up and they basically yearn for love, but are super stressed out all the time about it. Let me fact check myself here. Yes, they yearn for love, but they're very insecure. So that means that they can become overly independent and really fear rejection and stuff like that. And then you've got the disorganized baby. Ooh. The disorganized baby, they posit, is the one that's actually legitimately abused in whatever way. So a lot of these, they come across different parenting. So a lot of them, it's because there's inconsistent parenting. The baby will not always get their needs filled, or they'll be talked to in a certain way. If they're a toddler, then they might sometimes get a lot of attention and get a certain reaction, and then sometimes not. But people are people, humans are humans. It doesn't mean that they're getting abused. It just means that, their parents they're busy, or they're stressed out, or they have other stuff going on, and, they're not getting the attention that they need for a proper secure attachment. But the disorganized babies are the ones that are very worrying, according to Ainsworth and according to Bowlby in this moment. Blanks, hi, welcome. Is it purely caused by parenting? So the attachment theory is specifically about kids and parenting, yeah. But people now apply attachment theory to other stuff. And of course, there's other things that parent us, right? There's other things. It's about how you've grown, how you've developed always. But there's other influences too. So the friends you have at school, teachers, broader family members, things like that, that's all gonna train you. So that's something I say as well. You're not doomed to have your attachment style forever just because your mum was a certain way when you were a toddler. You're not doomed. You can 100% develop a secure attachment style based on experiences after that. Similarly, you can have a secure attachment style and then get absolutely fucked up from a relationship and go the other way. So stay safe out there. Stay safe. Anywho, the disorganized babies are the fourth type, and they're the ones that probably, according to Ainsworth 15 years ago, probably may have been abused. They're the worrying ones. That was his idea. Her idea. Wait, who is Ainsworth? I thought the researcher was... Oh, it's both of them. There's two researchers. One is Mary Ainsworth and one is Bowlby. So Bowlby's idea was that the disorganized kids might be abused. But anyway. Yeah, so they basically have a mix of both avoidant and anxious. They often swing between those things. Super unpredictable. They tend to withdraw in cycles of initiating lots of closeness. So again, the anxious babies, desperate for love but super insecure about it. Why did you leave? Come back. Can get overly dependent. The avoidant babies, you betrayed me. You left. Why the fuck would you do that? Don't touch me, don't talk to me. The disorganized babies, bit of both. Super intense, super anxious, super insecure, mood regulation problems. Then withdrawal. That's 9 Fox. I'm sorry. Were you abused? You don't need to answer that. Well, we could have been wrong about that, to be fair. But anyway, so let's watch a little bit. This is basically how they did it.
After conducting extensive observations of parents and children at home, a student of Bowlby's, Mary Ainsworth, devised such a procedure called the strange situation, which places the child under some stress.
Thank you, Hobby.
It has become the most widely used, standardized way to assess the quality of a child's attachment to their caregiver.
So they're playing, happy.
The researchers are recording how 14-month-old Lisa responds in this attractive but unfamiliar setting.
Actually, something I didn't mention, the way they react when the mother comes back is the important part, but it's not the only things they're looking at. So they're also looking at how they play with the toys. Are they stuck to their mother and they don't want to play with the toys, or are they happy to explore by themselves? They also measure how do they respond to a stranger. So sometimes a stranger comes in. Are they willing to talk to the stranger and be interested in what they're saying? Do they flock to the stranger and they don't care about the mother? Or do, stuff like that. Or do they ignore them completely and keep playing with the toys? Stuff like that is also linked to attachment styles. I don't remember specifically what to what, but the important thing is how they respond when they come back.
How will she react to a stranger? What will happen when her mother leaves the room? And when she returns?
Do babies think? Of course.
It's Lisa's behavior when her mother returns, what psychologists call the reunion.
They're
that
pretty
they are
stupid, though.
particularly interested in.
Real
Most
stupid,
important
but they do
thing
think.
is to look for the type of balance that a child strikes between an attachment need and, on the other hand, to explore the play material.
Once Lisa has settled down to play,
A lot of people don't like me saying that babies are stupid. A lot of developmental psychologists, so people who study babies and this and stuff, don't like it when people say that babies are stupid. Because there are lots of skills that they have exactly wrong. Instincts are really good, and also they learn real fast. Their plasticity is insane, way better than ours. So it depends how you define intelligence. If you define intelligence as being able to learn quickly, babies are not stupid. But there's a lot of stuff they can't do yet. And in the present moment, if you just took a snapshot of the baby right now, dumb as hell. But in general, they have a lot of skills and a lot of things that older kids and adults don't have. So they're not stupid. Stupid is mean. Stupid is not a completely scientifically accurate way of describing a baby or a child. I've gotten in trouble for this before, can you tell? I said that's... I made a joke to my researcher, to my dissertation supervisor, one of them, my dissertation supervisor, and she just absolutely fumed at me. They're not stupid. And she's right. She's right. Anyway.
a stranger enters the room and sits in the chair reading a magazine.
Here's the stranger. The baby's interested in the stranger. And we'll play with
After a
her.
couple of minutes, the stranger attempts to interact with Lisa. Soon after, Lisbeth gets a cue to leave the room.
So the mother leaves. Baby cries. They all do this, don't worry. Can she be comforted by the stranger? Of course not.
The stranger tries to comfort
Of course
Lisa,
not.
but in vain.
That's not how that works. Baby cries. Of course they all do, don't worry.
Lisbeth comes back into the room, and the camera records how Lisa reacts.
This is the important part. How does the baby react? Is the baby fine now? Is the baby impossible to calm down but still wants the mother? Is the baby totally avoidant? Fuck you, mum. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Or does the baby do a little bit of both and absolutely loses its mind? Oh, she's fine. She's fine. And she's
Now
playing
the
again.
first part of the procedure
Secure
is over,
attachment.
and Lisbeth
Yay.
settles Lisa.
Assuming nothing else goes wrong from this moment, that baby might be fine with relationships. Good job. When do babies develop object permanence? I don't know. That's one thing I don't know, actually. I know when they develop theory of mind, which is the understanding that other people have a completely different perspective than you. Like, just in a literal sense, they can't see what you are seeing. And they don't know everything that you know. That's around the age of 7, actually. Way later than people think. Object permanence, I don't know. Probably pretty early, I imagine. Maybe not. I don't know. Around 2? That rings a bell. Something like that. But definitely before 7. Yeah. Can you fix it as a parent? Like, can you retrain their brains? Absolutely. You can retrain an adult's brain. 100%. You just get better. Yeah, just get better. It might be a cool experiment to run on your own kids. Wait. I should not be a parent. But it might be. Set up a camera. Play with them. Leave the room. See how they react when you come back. And then you know. I mean, I don't know how completely accurate this is. Different day, different baby, it might be different, right? Everyone, individual differences and stuff. It might not be completely accurate for everybody. But if they're like real weird with you, you can be like, shit, am I doing something wrong? Maybe I should stop conducting experiments on my kids. Ugh. You're adding my name to the list. You can't add my name to the list of suspicious people on my stream. You can. You can and you should. Write it down. Write it down. You run it by the ethics committee first. Not if I don't tell them about it. Like when parents recorded how they pretended to have eaten all their Halloween candy. Oh, that's just cruel though. That's just cruel. Why would you do that? Hi, Quickham. When is How to Steal Boyfriends? I'm never telling you. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. You're doing a pretty good job of it, to be fair. God, I hope. No, I can't say that. But I hope Cleedum's straight, otherwise we're doomed. Anyway, I'm good. How are you, Quicken? What's up? You might think your baby is the experiment, but really, you are. I hate it when that happens. Hey, then you don't need to run it by an ethics committee. Because if you run experiments on yourself, it's just self-harm. It's not science. Or maybe it is science. Depends how you do it. But you don't need to run it by an ethics committee. But you should. But you don't need to. Because what are they going to do? Arrest me? What are they going to do? Fire me? Come on, then. Such unhinged advice. I'm sorry. I can already tell you he's not fully... No, you can't. No, you can't tell me that. Can you? You can't tell me that. Because that's... It's science if you write it down. If you come to a conclusion, then it's science. The only difference between self-harm and science is documentation. We can't say this. Guys, if you're suffering from any, this is just purely jokes. If you're feeling a certain way or suffering from any sort of the things that we've been talking about in today's stream, please call the number at the bottom of the screen. Stop making jokes, Barry. Please do go and talk to someone. This is just a joke. We're not allowed to be saying these things. And thank you. I'm going to steal that, me too. I'm going to say that more. Not on stream, though. What are they going to do? Fire me? Email from Tonya incoming. Every time. Every time. It's okay. It's all right. It's all right. Athenatida. That's not your name. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for coming in. How are you doing? Very intense with you. Sorry. I'm not that intense with everyone. That was weird. I don't know why. Too intense. Dial it back. Not advice. It's aimless banter. Exactly. Twitch can ban you. Yes, they can. But if I do a experiment study on myself off stream, then what are they gonna do? Fire me? You know, exactly. Anyway, what's the end of this video? Hopefully they show the other types as well.
To down again. The stranger leaves them alone together.
This is a different baby? Different baby.
Soon after, Lisbeth goes too.
No, same baby.
Lisa is on her own.
Oh, but this time the
Her
stranger's
distress
not
is plain
stayed.
to see. Once again, the efforts of the stranger to console Lisa are to no avail.
Don't care about you, sorry. You're not mother!
But Lisbeth manages to calm her almost at once.
Secure
And shortly
attachment.
afterwards, the
Fuck that
observation
baby.
ends.
Secure attachment. I'm so
Lisa
happy
showed
for it.
outward signs of what's called
Congratulations on
secure
your healthy
attachment.
parents. Again, just mindless, meaningless banter. Thank you so much. We want to see the errors. Yeah, I want to see the fucked up babies. Guys, stop. For science. For science. There is a video where you can see them. That was just a snippet of the strange situation. Shamelessly flexing healthy attachment. Here we go. Right, here is the fucked up babies. Are you ready?
And interview them about their relationships to their parents when they were 21 years old. So we're quite...
He's saying there that using this framework and this advice and stuff, he's been able to predict behaviors all the way until they were 21. So I don't know how accurate this is. Again, this is super, super old, but we still kind of think about this and use this as a framework today.
confident in the long-term significance of this relationship.
He's saying that he loves it.
After
He
several
believes
minutes
it.
play, the mother is signaled to leave the room.
Get out of there! Swear to God, if this baby's fine as well, I'm gonna scream. I hope that he is. I don't want to see the fucked up babies. You're gonna see the fucked up babies. That is such a psychologist stereotype. He looks like the perfect psychologist, indeed.
Shame. I feel.
You feel bad?
But
Do you feel bad? You should feel bad. This is trauma.
The key moment in the experiment is the
They've left her
child's
way too long
reaction
as
to her
well.
mother's return.
The important clue is whether the baby's able to become calmed down by the contact with the mother, get back to play. Sometimes it takes a couple of minutes. But you see, when the mother was out,
Happy
she
baby.
was only interested in the mother.
Happy baby, fine
no
baby.
interest in the toys. Now she has a contact with the mother. She's beginning
This
to
is
show a
another
little
healthy one,
interest in
yeah.
the environment. And shortly, she'll be right back with the toy.
Hey, baby.
So you would call this a secure one?
Yes, yes.
Yay! I want a little ding sound effect. Baby paused.
Goes to the door following her. Now, we
This
we
is an
sent the mother
unhappy
right
baby.
back in, but the point here is not to distress the baby. We're just trying to challenge it. The baby puts her hands...
That is a very good psychology distinction. If anyone ever questions you if your experiment is unethical, here's what you say. I'm not trying to distress anyone. I'm trying to challenge them. It's a distinction that is meaningless but key. It's a challenge. It's a challenge. I would never.
to her face, a sad expression, puts her face down. When she picks her up, she keeps her head down, her arms out, and then she sits in the chair holding the baby. The baby's still sullen.
Which type is this, chat? Which type is this? The types are secure, avoidant, anxious, and disorganized. That's the avoidant one. Drums! What type is this? And drums just goes fucked up. Linguistics are key. Spoonerism! Okay, that was the correct answer one time. Like 3 streams ago. You can't keep yelling spoonerism every single time I ask a question. You guys don't know what spoonerism is? It's when you fuck up the first sounds or letters of 2 words next to each other. We did a stream on how to speak good. And that's one of the common mistakes that you make, such as border wattle is a spoonerism. That's a bit harder. Bake up mush. Bake up brush! Okay. This is an avoidant baby.
Low-keyed.
So you would call this insecure
Yes,
attachment?
insecure. He's avoidant. He's not.
Carrie
engaging
Pariel,
her,
exactly,
and it's
spoonerism.
not the reunion's not.
When you wicks up
effective.
your merds.
It's important to remember here that the thing that upset him was her absence. Her return should
Yeah.
be the solution to his problem.
Surely!
Now this.
That baby's an idiot! You were sad that the mum's gone, now the mum's back. What's your problem, baby? Why are you still sad? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. People say this to me. Whoa, hey, not that I'm revealing any personal information. People say that to me all the time. I get residual feelings. I feel like everyone gets residual feelings, but some people bounce back faster. It's emotional resilience. My emotional resilience, I'm working on. I'm working on it. But I get residual emotions quite a lot. So if I have an argument, I can come to the solution, come to the compromise, end the argument. Logically, I'm fine. But I will need like a day. I'll need like a day. I'm going to go dwell on this for a little bit. Like, I'm fine with you. We have no issue whatsoever. Completely resolved. Happy, happy, happy. I have all the same emotions that I had before, though, still in there. So I'm just going to go. Resilience to chat is great training, though. It really is. It really is. Yeah, the shelving thing. The repress your emotions and then take it off the shelf later. I've learned from chat quite a lot. Hey, present company excluded. But like someone will come in and just be like, Perry, you are the ugliest, stupidest, most awful, lame, ugly, stupid little clunt that I've ever seen. And I just have to ignore that. Like, it doesn't upset me, but I have to pretend I haven't read it. Which is very interesting facial expression training. Like, I read it all. Well, I read most of chat unless I'm busy. I try to read a lot of chat. And so often I will read those comments, not always. One time someone came in, apparently they were like harassing me and I didn't notice. And then they got banned and I saw that little ban notification. I was like, huh, okay. And then they like they donoed money in so that I saw their dono message. And they were like attacking me for banning them and saying how it proved their point. I have no idea what they said. I was not part of any of that interaction. I didn't read any of those messages. I have no idea to what this refers to. Excuse me, could you just link in some context here before, thank you so much. Perry, you are the ugliest, stupidest. Thank you, Dossie, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Ugly's blocked the term ugly, stupid little C word. Yes, that's probably a good term to block. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, that's an avoidant baby.
It's another pattern that we see in babies who are not good at using their mother as a secure base at home. This baby is also insecure. But you'll see, we get a look at his play before the separation. The mother's left, and when she returns, she picks him up. He can't calm down. He's still upset. She offers a toy to amuse him or to comfort him or to distract him.
Who's
and he
relating hard to the
slaps it
baby right
away.
now? Get therapy.
She offers another. He slaps it away. He's angry. We call these babies resistant or ambivalent because they both want her back and yet can't use the contact. We think that the difficulty is that in the past, when he sought comfort, she's been inconsistent as to whether she's available and respond.
Which is kind of like, this is a big par on the mum, isn't it? Like, which she's been inconsistent in the past, and now your baby's fucked up. Baby's not fucked up, by the way. You can very easily just, stop doing that, and then the baby will be fine. Brains are super plastic. You can correct it even as an adult when brains are less plastic. It's not doomed. You haven't fucked up. You can't fuck up a baby. Well, you probably can. You drop it too many times, but they're pretty resilient. Like, it's very hard to do that. Like, pretty much anyone with any sort of mental health difficulty or any sort of problem, they're not doomed forever. There's always stuff you can do, I mean, there's probably a limit to that, but 99.999% of the time, there's always stuff you can do. No one is fucked up. No one is ruined. No one is broken. That's not real. Unless you get, like, a lot of brain damage. But even then, you're not, like, broken. You're just a bit different now, and that's okay. Try shaking the baby. That's a good suggestion for a reset. Just hit it really hard like a toaster. One time my toaster stopped working and then it started working again. Try it with the baby. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Responsive or not.
Yeah, there you go. Well, that's an avoidant baby. I kind of want to see a disorganized baby. I want to see a disorganized baby. I don't know if they'll show us one. This one is 12 minutes long. Did they signpost it? That's a secure one. That was an avoidant one. I guess most people are secure or insecure, resistant. This is a video about it, but there's no babies. I mean, it's very hard to find a baby that is disorganized because they're quite rare. Thankfully, they're quite rare because it's the worst one. But there you go. You spelled disorganized with the American Z. It's... Oh my god, I did. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. I spelled it with a Z. It's like, basically, you guys have done that. You've replaced your S's with Z's because you need more instructions on how to pronounce it because you can't remember. You can't remember that when it's I-S-E-D, it's the sound. So you needed to use a Z because of your little bird brains. I'm joking. I'm joking. Big love to Americans. Love you, Americans. You do good things sometimes. Anyway. Do we have examples? Maybe this has chapters. Go on, Steven. No, they don't have a disorganized baby in this clip. Good. I'm glad about that. But anyway, disorganized is the worst because it has a combination of all of the anxious and all of the avoidant tendencies, and they tend to be the ones that were a little bit abused. And remember, kids, abuse can be any... Sorry, I love calling you kids. It makes me feel so powerful. Anyway, remember, kids, abuse can be anything. A lot of people think that just because their parents never beat them or something, that they weren't abused. And that's not the case. Abuse can be just not being there emotionally or something like that, right? So I would look it up. There's lots and lots of outlines, especially for teachers. If you want to become a teacher for school kids or any kids, you have to take a course on spotting signs of abuse. So there's lots and lots of lists on what abuse on kids actually is. And there's loads of really, really different things that you might not consider is actually abuse. So if you're trying to work through your issues, do it under the guise of a therapist, under the care, potentially. But if you're trying to work through your issues, that might be a good place to start to figure out what, yeah. Wait, I missed a useful stream. Neglect is abuse, 100%. Exactly. Hi, Lena. I'm not qualified to give you advice. Stay safe. Make sure you're able to handle this. I'm not giving you advice. ! Asterisk. Thank you so much. Cool. So in conclusion then, I suppose, how do you make friends? These are a consolidation of a lot of the different theories. That go into what friendship making looks like, and the different models of making friends, and why people make certain friendships they do. And these are the little traits, you can't see, these are the little traits that I've taken from them. Rice says thanks for the sub. That are basically the reasons why. So I think the crucial thing to take away from this is that just by being a good person, having virtues that someone else likes, and it doesn't mean a good person, if they suck, they'll appreciate virtues that suck. So just be yourself. Be authentic. People can tell when you're not. Having something to offer, yes, but mostly just being a good vibe, being nice, reciprocating stuff. And the biggest thing to take from it, I think, is allowing yourself to be vulnerable with them. Open up, allow them to look after you, because that is the biggest bonding thing, more so than most other things. So, yeah.
Wow, FF.
Yeah. Ah! Well, that happened quite suddenly. My virtues suck, but I have top tier flaws. Well, are your flaws funny? Or do they make you funny? Because then that could be a thing. Funny is a virtue. So, you know. Again, I'm really not qualified to give you advice. Like so much. Does that... Just to make that super clear. It should be clear. The more you watch the stream and the more you listen to me, it should be super clear that my advice should not be taken. Thank you so much. Guys, thank you so much for the stream today. If you like what you see, remember to follow. If you don't, do it anyway. Twitter for announcements, Instagram pictures, and Discord for everything else. I go to TikTok, YouTube, and Twitter. I post my release, so make sure to subscribe. And the next stream is tomorrow. Thursday, not tomorrow, but the day after at 1 p.m. British summertime. Thank you guys so much. You're so nice to me, and I'll see you then. And we're raiding Mufasa Screams. Wait, are we raiding? Are we actually? Did I spell her name wrong? Mufasa Screams. Cool. Okay, we're raiding. Everybody get in. Let's go. You said you wanted a version of this, so I'm gonna give it a go. I'm sick of all this. How'd you get your band name? Is that your real first name? Can you text and can you follow back? Cause it's my birthday. No one cares what I want, just what I've got. And if we sit and count it up, it's really not a lot. So when are you gonna sing for me? When are you gonna drink for me? I don't know, so low. When are you gonna sing for me? Ruining me completely, it's true. So this song is about him being worried that people are gonna date him as a transactional relationship. Transactional for his fame and stuff. I miss seeing the red on your face when I made you blush. But I think it's fine, it's cool. But I think it's fine, it's cool. My hobbies include pushing away these girls that maybe really like me, cutting people off because I don't trust exciting. But what the fuck have I done? I'm not even an icon, but I still get death threats often, so their meaning starts to soften. When are you gonna sing for me? When are you gonna drink for me? I don't know. When are you gonna sing for me? Ruining me completely, it's true. Ooh, ooh. I miss having sex, but at least I don't wanna die anymore. And I think that's pretty cool. Everybody! I miss seeing the red on your face when I made you blush. But I think it's fine, it's cool. But at least I don't wanna die. Bye!